Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagood here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, right, can we start the discussion then? Please give me a thumbs up so that we can start the discussion. Thanks a lot. Let's start. So, before I start the discussion for the day, how many of you have read today's newspaper? Newspaper, Hindu only. Forget about any other newspaper. Today is Hindu newspaper. Were you able to understand index of industrial production? Let me know. Right, the business page I'm talking about. Index of industrial production article, retail inflation, yes or no? Retail inflation, index of industrial production, and right in this particular page only, that is a business page itself. Right, in the business page itself, there is one more article. Government of India is talking to some of the rating agencies to improve sovereign credit rating. How many of you have read that article? Sir, in which newspaper? The Hindu newspaper. In the business page, I'm talking only about the business page. In addition to that, did you people read regarding MSP, minimum support price? A very big, nice article was there, right? Very big, nice article was there regarding MSP. Right? Were you able to understand what is the article all about? MSP has been announced. It is based on A2 plus FL, 50% plus A2 plus FL, that is 150% of 1.5 times A2 plus FL. But the demand of the farmers is C2, right? They want C2 plus 50%. C2 is the recommendation by the Swaminathan committee, etc., etc. Right? So that is basically the set of the articles which have appeared in Hindu newspaper today. Please read it. Now, let me start the discussion. Yesterday, we have discussed a lot of concepts within the industries. Now, what we have discussed, let me put in a summation now. What we have discussed in case of the industries, we started with the concept of the industrial policy of 1956, very, very important. Before that, industrial policy of 1948. After that, Industrial Development Regulation Act of 1951. Then we introduced the concept of IP 1956, wherein three schedules were made, and most of the industries were transferred into the Schedule A, which is basically monopoly of Government of India. Then we shifted to the concept of LPG reforms, liberalization, privatization, and globalization reforms. In case of LPG reforms, there are three very important pillars. Liberalization simply means deregulation, right? Liberalization is nothing but deregulation. Then privatization means government will sell the ownership. Then globalization means promotion of the connections, that is a trade, movement of the labor, movement of the capital, etc., between India and rest of the world. So three sets of reforms were implemented. What is the reason? Why did we implement LPG reforms? That also I've explained to you. After LPG reforms, we have discussed, right, the MSME sector, micro, small, I'm sorry, before that, disinvestment policy, right? We have discussed the concept of disinvestment policy. What is the basic idea of a government company? What is the basic idea of a departmental undertaking, etc., etc.? We have discussed all of that. Then we have discussed MSME, micro, small, medium enterprises. And I've given you a trick. How do you remember MSME? Remember 1:5, right? That is 1 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore, 50 crore, 50 crore, 250 crores. Yes or no? This is a trick I told you. Into 5 times. Into 5. Start with 1. 1 5s are 5. Then 10. 10 5s are 50. Then 50 into 5, 250. So based on the investment and turnover, right? This is a classification. And then we have discussed what is the importance of MSME in terms of job generation, in terms of contribution to exports, forex reserves, contribution to inflow of dollars, right? In terms of contribution to MSME, service GDP, right? That is manufacturing GDP. We have discussed all of it. Then we have discussed right, what are the issues in the MSME sector? What are the problems in the MSME sector? The problems are: one, credit related issues are there, right? Second one, the payment is getting delayed. Then there is a discussion regarding the issue of getting right, a disruption that has been caused because of the pandemic, etc., etc. And after that, we have discussed what kind of reforms have been implemented by the government. Right, what reforms have been implemented by the government to address the issue of MSME sector. For example, we have discussed the concept of CGT MSE, credit guaranteed trust for micro and small enterprises. We have discussed Mudra Yojana, micro units development refinancing agency, reduction in the corporate tax rate, right? A TREDS system, right? Then the public procurement policy, right? Etc. etc. Even PSB loans in 59 minutes. All these concepts we have discussed yesterday. Then we started discussing services sector, right? What is the importance of services sector, right? What are the issues or concerns regarding services sector? What reforms have been implemented? We are discussing one of the reforms now, right? What reforms have been implemented? For example, yesterday we discussed Make in India, right? Before that we have discussed SEIS, right? Etc. etc. Then why there has been a sudden growth of services sector in Indian economy? We have discussed that as well. Now let's continue. The last reform which is left out in the chapter is the concept of Startup India. The idea of, right, or the model of Startup India. Now, first and foremost, how do you define a startup? As per Government of India, how do you define a startup? Right, definition of a startup is given by DIPP, Department for Industrial Promotion. I'm sorry, Internal Industrial Production and Promotion, DIPP. As per the definition that has been provided by the government, whenever government wants to identify a startup, I repeat, whenever government wants to identify a startup, the startup has to satisfy three conditions. One condition, the company must be registered, right? The company must be registered. Registered under what? Either you can be registered under the Companies Act of 2013, CA is nothing but Companies Act. So you should be registered under the Companies Act of 2013, or you should be registered under Partnership Act of 1932, Partnership Act of 1932, or third, you should be registered in Limited Liability Partnership Act. Limited Liability Partnership Act. Simply by heart this. Don't worry about these acts. Simply by heart the names of the acts. So first point is what? One, you should be registered. Registered under which law? First, you should be registered under the Companies Act of 2013, or you should be registered under the Partnership Act of 1932, or you should be registered under the Limited Liability Partnership Act of 2008. You should be registered under one of the laws. Point number two, from the date of setting up of the company, that is from the year when the company started operating, more than 10 years should not have been passed. In simple terms, the age of the company should not be more than 10 years. That's a point number two. Point number three, in every year, right? Imagine one company is 5 years old, another company is 7 years old. So whatever is the age of this company, right? Before 10 years only, in every year, the revenue of the company should not have crossed more than 100 crore rupees. So these are the three conditions. If you satisfy all the three conditions, then the Government of India will identify you as a startup. Done. So this is the definition of a startup. Now, why is Government of India promoting Startup India policy? What is the need for this? Why there is a promotion of a Startup India? Point number one, the startups will be generating lot of employments. That should not be very difficult for you. Startups will create lot of employment opportunities. Second one, whenever you are promoting startups, generally the new startups that if you look at it, these will not be dependent, these will not enter into the businesses which are already there. They will try to enter into new areas. New type of business will be started by them. For example, can I give you an example? Ola. Right? Don't you think Ola is a new type of a service for all of us? Or for that matter, Swiggy, it is a new type of a service. So argument is that these new companies, these will not enter into traditional areas. These will not enter into, let's say, steel manufacturing. These will not enter into aluminum manufacturing. They will not enter into the traditional businesses. They will try to focus in new areas. That is a new age business. Third one, it will also lead to a lot of investment. That should be straightforward. If you want to have a startup, you will have to make investment. Investment in the Indian economy will be promoted. Fourth one, it will promote competition between the companies, and it will also basically promote investment in research and development. R&D, research and development. That is new types of patents will be created, new types of technologies will be created, etc. That is the requirement. That is the requirement of promotion of Startup India initiative. Now, what are the provisions of Startup India? What kind of provisions do we have under the policy? Point number one, Government of India is providing income tax exemption. That is, Government of India says for 3 consecutive years. Any difficulty with the term consecutive? For 3 consecutive years, you can claim 100% tax exemption. That is, let's say you have started a company in 2015. You have started a company in 2015. So point number one, is it more than 10 years old? Let me know. Is it more than 10 years old? We are in 2023. Please do let me know. Is it more than 10 years old? No. So obviously we are meeting the third criteria, right? So it is not more than 10 years old. So if you have started in 2015, you can simply choose, let's say 2022, 2023 and 2024. Right? These 3 consecutive years, you can simply choose not to pay any taxes to Government of India. That is income tax exemption. Any problem here? Second one, intellectual property. IP is nothing but intellectual properties. We want these startups to invest in research and development. We want them to create new technology. We want them to create a newer type of patent. So what Government of India says? Whenever you apply, because if you have created a technology, you want a patent on it, you will have to apply for it. Government will not come searching for you and give it to you. There is an authority, you'll have to go to authority and submit an application. And after that, there is a very thorough process using which they will allocate the patent to you. Government of India says, when you apply for a patent, you will pay certain charges. Yes or no? When you apply for the patents, you'll have to pay certain charges to the authority. Government says, I will rebate the charges. Point number one, I will simply rebate. Rebate means give it back to you. And point number two, within this, if you go by the general process, the normal process, it might take 3 years. It might take 4 years. It might take 3.5 years for you to get the patent. But I don't want you to wait. I will fast track. I will increase that space. I will try to ensure that you will get the patent given to you in a very, very faster way. That is, IP applications will be fast tracked. Third one, self-certification. Third reform is, or third provision is self-certification. Now, what do you mean by self-certification? Right? Imagine I've started a company. Okay, I've started a company. I will have to implement provisions of different laws. There is a Factories Act. There is a Industries Development Act. Under the maternity provision, I will have to implement, make certain facilities available to you. I will have to ensure, right, let's say healthcare facility, right, is available within the factory, etc., etc., etc. Which means I will have to follow multiple provisions under multiple laws. Now, if you are the government, how will you come to know whether I'm following these guidelines or not? Let me know. If you are the government, how will you come to know whether I'm going to follow the provisions or not? Can I simply say, you will send a team for inspection? Yes or no? You will send somebody to inspect the space, that is, let's say a factory, and give a report. Right? These are officials. These are inspectors. Now, don't you think if the inspection officials are sent to the factories, there's a scope of harassment? Let me know. There's a scope of harassment. There's a scope of corruption in the system. So government says, in order to provide certain relief to the startups, what I will do is, I will not send these officials. There are certain laws. You'll have to follow certain guidelines. You self-certify. What is the meaning of self-certification? Right? Basically, you are only submitting an application to the government. You are basically declaring that you are following all the guidelines. Is the logic okay? Right? There are laws. You'll have to follow them. So rather than government sending officials to you, you will only go to the government, submit a declaration that all these provisions you are following. And because you are self-declaring, that is basically self-certifying, there is no requirement of sending the officials to the factories now. That is self-certification. Then fund of funds. Concept of fund of funds. Government of India has proposed a fund of funds of 10,000 crore rupees. Understand the logic here? Government of India has proposed a fund of funds of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, what is the logic of fund of funds? Why this is called as a fund of funds? Let me explain. Let me explain this to you. All of you remember the concept of mutual funds? Let me know. All of you, do remember the concept of mutual funds or not? In mutual funds, what will happen? Investors will pool their money, will give the money to a mutual fund company, and this mutual fund company will use the fund to invest in the market. Any problem? Any problem? Right? Mutual funds, the investors will pool the money, will create a fund. From the fund, the investment will take place in the market. Now, rather than following this model, what if Government of India will create a fund, will create one fund? From the fund, the money will be given to multiple financial institutions. The money will be given to multiple financial institutions. For example, in the Indian economy, the context that I'm talking about, there are certain financial institutions which are referred to as alternate investment funds, AIF. Is it okay? There are certain investment funds called as alternate investment funds. Now, Government of India will create a fund, and from the fund, multiple alternative investment funds will receive money, and these AIFs will invest in the startups. These alternate investment funds will invest in the startups. If I call this fund, what should I call this? If I call number 1 as a fund, what should be the name for number 2? Can I call number 2 as fund of fund? Let me know. Does it make sense to you or not? Any problem here? If I call this one as a fund, can I call number 2 as fund of funds? So Government of India says, I will create one fund, and from this, that is value is 10,000 crore, I will allocate funds for different financial institutions, that is alternate investment funds. These AIFs will take the money and then invest in the startups. That is the role of fund of funds which has been set up by Government of India. Now, many of you are asking, why not directly invest? My dear, you please tell me, do you think Government of India has the expertise to invest in the startups? Please do let me know. Do you think Government of India should directly start getting involved into the startups, run behind the profits? Argument is that. Any difficulty? Can I go forward? So Government of India, in order to promote funding for the startups, has introduced a fund of fund wherein 10,000 crore rupees has been allocated. Next, faster exit policy. For startups, we have created a faster exit policy of 90 days. Faster exit policy of 90 days. Compare this with, let's say, CIRP. Tell me, what is the number of days for exit under CIRP? Tell me, right now, please revise it. Many of you are asking, what do you mean by exit? Exit means company is closing. That's it. Company is closing. In case of CIRP, for the company to exit, what is the number of days? 330 days. What about PIRP? In case of PIRP, if you want to sell the company, if you want to close the company or sell it to somebody else, the time limit is how much? 120 days. So in case of the startups, right, if you are identified as a startup by Government of India says, I will facilitate for you to close the company. We will try to close it by 90 days. Right, that is a faster exit policy. And finally, public procurement policy. Did we discuss the public procurement policy yesterday? What is the public procurement policy? Government of India says certain percentage, if you remember the number, 25%. Certain percentage of the procurement that is done by the government, that is central government, the departments, different ministries, etc. 25% of it, I will have to procure it from the micro and small enterprises. Now, Government of India says, whatever conditions are there regarding government procurement, I will try to relax them. I'll try to procure under the public procurement even from the startups. Is it okay? Right? I'll try to relax these procurement conditions and I'll try to procure even from the startups. So these are certain very important provisions under the concept of Startup India Initiative. Now, what is the achievement? What has been the achievement regarding the Startup India Initiative? The achievement is the investment over $60 billion has flown into startups in India. And that is the precise reason India has one of the largest startup ecosystems in the global market. In the whole global market, out of the whole global market, India has one of the largest number of startup ecosystems. That is, in simple terms, the number of startups which are there in India are very, very high. Should you buy out the number? Not at all needed for UPSC. Don't waste your time. Number of patents which have been filed in case of India, even the number of patents have increased. Right, so these are some of the achievements regarding Startup India Initiative. But having said so, there are certain issues or concerns even regarding the Startup India. Point number one, startups find it very difficult to generate funds. Right, have you been reading newspaper and have you come across, right, the startup funding winter? Have you come across the term funding winter in the context of startups very, very recently? Let me check how many of you are reading the newspapers. Have you come across the term funding winter in the context of startups? What do you mean by funding winter? Simple. Startups are finding it very, very difficult to generate capital from the market. To raise money from the market, startups are struggling. Right? Basically, they are finding it very difficult to get the money from the market. That is basically, right, the funding issues that are faced by the startups. Very few startups are getting benefited in case of India. What do you mean by this? Imagine you start a company. Okay. Some of you will decide, okay, economics is very difficult and economics is a part and parcel for UPSC. So if I can't understand economics, what is the point in writing? Let me drop out and start a company. Again, just hypothetical example. Any difficulties so far? Right? None of you are replying anything. That's the reason I'm asking you. Right? So understand this. You decide to start a company. Now, is there any guarantee that you'll be able to sustain the competition in the market? Think of it and let me know. Is there any guarantee that the product that you have generated, idea that you have generated, there will be a very high demand for that in the market? Any guarantee? Right? So argument is simple. We have a large startup ecosystems. At the same point of time, we are also seeing that very few of the companies are able to generate the kind of revenues, generate the kind of profits, sustain the competition, or utilize various provisions given by Government of India. So very few of the startups are getting benefited in the context of India, and the time for giving patents in case of India is generally higher. Is okay? To government says we'll fast track it, but even today the time that is taken for the authority to give you patents, the authority to issue the patent right to you, the time consumption is slightly higher in case of India. So these are some of the issues faced by startups in the domestic market. Any problem with this? Any problem with any of the points written here? Can we go to the next? Investment over $60 billion achievement. We have been able to attract more than $60 billion for startups. The startups, when they will borrow or they will raise the capital from the market, that is basically the funding. So more than $60 billion worth of investments has happened in the startups. Okay. Is there any support from the government process for exit of a startup? And what is the faster exit? Generally, a company will take 330 days under CIRP to exit. But in the context of the startup, government says, I'll tell you why generally the time taken is higher. Imagine you have taken an electricity connection. Now you want to close the company. Do you think closure of the company means putting a lock on the company and going to home? Let me know. Right? According to you, what is the meaning of closure of the company? Right? Don't you think whatever right applications you have given, let's say for electricity connection, you will have to right go to the authority, submit an application for cancellation. You have registered under the Companies Act. You will have to approach the authority, ask the Companies Act to cancel your registration. Yes or no? So there is a process that you're supposed to follow for closure. Government says, I will help you in closing and exiting the business. We'll try to finish it in 90 days. That is basically the concept of faster exit. Okay. Example for time for patents high. My dear, please, right? You don't have to remember examples. All of this data I've taken from economic survey. If you want, there is a table given in the economic survey where every stage, they have explained what is happening in every stage. Stage 1, how the patent officer will take. Right? Then stage 2, what will happen? Everything they have given in the economic survey. Don't worry, I can give that table to you, but that is not at all required for UPSC. Simply remember, applications are given, but how much time is taken to give the patents? Approve the patents, the time taken is very high. Okay, done. So these are some of the things that I wanted to discuss regarding the concept of Startup India. So all these current affairs that we have discussed, please take care of it. And if you're writing exams next year, a year after that, whenever you're writing, update the information. Please update the information. Why I'm saying this is, I'll give a very simple example. Please have a look at the third point here. Please look at the third point. The age of the company, meaning is simple. From the date of starting the company should not be more than 10-year older. That is, for example, if you start the company in 2020, we are in 2023. What is the age of the company? 3 years. If you start the company in 2018, we are in 2023. What is the age of the company? 5 years. So the age of the company from the date of establishing, that is incorporation, should not be more than 10 years. That is what I've written here. If you look at some of the books, they would have given, again, I'm not going to say that that is correct because it is an older edition. They would simply give it as 7 years. They would simply give it as 7 years. And that is correct because when the Startup India policy was announced back in 2015, Government of India said, if you want to be recognized as a startup, the age of the company should not be more than 7 years. But that is old number. It is old number. You'll have to replace that 7 years with 10 years because that is the latest data. And today it is 10 years. Maybe by next year, government might change it to 15 years also. They might change it to 12 years also. That's the reason I am asking you to read the newspapers, update the current affairs whenever it is available to you. Okay, done. So this is basically the idea of a Startup India. So a lot of current affairs we have discussed in the class. Please keep on updating the current affairs. Now questions are there regarding this. We'll take up the questions after some time. Please don't worry. Now, let me take up the next chapter. The next chapter that we'll be discussing today will be the concept of planning. The next chapter we'll be discussing today will be the concept of planning. Now, before I start a discussion on the planning, okay, before I start telling you about planning, I want to give you certain important points. Right? Please remember them. Remember in the sense, many of the students become too much excited regarding the chapter of planning without realizing for UPSC you don't have to read so much about planning. Sir, what do you mean by that? My dear, we started with the concept of planning in 1951, the first 5-year plan. And 2017, at least as per government, 2017 was the last 5-year plan, which means from 1915 till 2017, we have implemented 5-year plans. A simple question to you people, think of it and answer. Will you be able to read everything and remember everything for this 70-year duration? Think of it. Right? I'm telling you this because many of you ask me, sir, right, planning, do we need to read this much, that much, etc.? My answer to you is, try to simplify the concept of planning. Do not try to remember everything regarding planning. It is not possible. I'm not questioning your capacity. Don't take it as a challenge and start say that, right? No, I will read it. I will prove it to you, right? Then you will take 2 years, 3 years, and you will try to attempt UPSC with only one chapter, that is planning. Rather than that, write a PhD. You will get PhD paper on that. So that is the precise reason. Don't worry. In fact, I'll give you only 4 to 5 points under every 5-year plan. I have to understand this. Under every 5-year plan, I'll try to give you 3 to 4 most important points. There itself, many of you will simply say, sir, this is very, very difficult. Because 12 5-year plans, even if I give you, let's say, 4 points for every 5-year plan, how many points you're supposed to remember? 48. You're supposed to remember 48 point. And I'll increase the difficulty there. Can you randomly mug up? Think of it. Can you randomly mug up? Right? For example, there is a term called as inclusive growth. You cannot simply remember inclusive growth. That will be a blunder if you ask me. You cannot simply remember inclusive growth, part of planning. No, my dear. Inclusive growth you will have to remember only in the context of 11th and 12th 5-year plan. Only in the context of 11th and 12th 5-year plan. Can you simply by heart, a BOP crisis happened in which year? BOP crisis in one of the 5-year plan. But in which year? You will have to remember that anything related to 1991, that year, there was a BOP crisis. I hope you understand the point that I'm trying to make here. That is the reason, do not try to by heart everything. That is very, very difficult, and don't waste your time. And I'll tell you, questions have been asked. I'll not say questions have not been asked, but UPSC will try to pick up those questions or those, let's say, certain points which are very, very famous in the Indian economy. They'll try to ask you questions on the points which are very, very famous. That is the way UPSC will test you. Done? Now, what are the points I'm going to cover under the concept of planning? We'll start with the definition of planning, then the 5-year plans in India. We'll have a look at Planning Commission, composition of it, etc., etc. Then what is National Development Council, the 5-year plans, the 60 plus years of evaluation of planning in India. Then we'll also look at Niti Aayog. This is the latest concept, and question in the mains has been asked on Niti Aayog. Now let me ask you a very simple question. In the last 1 month, let me know, in the last 1 month, have you come across anything in the newspaper regarding Niti Aayog? Let me see. In the last 1 month, have you people come across anything regarding Niti Aayog in the newspapers? Those who are saying no, please go to Google and type Niti Aayog Council meeting. Right? Go to the Google and type Niti Aayog Council meeting. In the last 1 month, the Niti Aayog Council meeting was conducted. And that is important, relevant to you. Why? Every year we don't have right this kind of a important newspaper article, but this year Niti Aayog Council meeting took place. That's a reason that is important. Okay, now let's start. Now, what is the concept of planning? What do you mean by planning? I've given the definition. Simply remember the definition. The government or the central authority will decide what they want to achieve, and to achieve those, right, let's say targets, they will utilize the resources that are available to them. I hope you understand. The government or the central authority will set up certain targets, and right, to achieve those targets, government will utilize whatever resources are available. That is basically the idea of a economic planning. Any difficulty in understanding the definition, please do let me know. Let me talk about Government of India. Government of India, let's say, will target 6% GDP growth rate. Overall economy, 6% GDP growth rate. Agriculture, let's say 4% GDP growth rate. And in order to achieve the 6% and 4% growth rate, they will start allocating the resources. They'll simply start allocation of the resources in order to achieve the targets that are set up. That is concept of economic planning. Shall I go forward? In case of India, it has been the central government. It has been the central government which has been made responsible for the preparation of 5-year plans. But again, when I say central government, we will look at the exact name of the authority. Don't worry. Central government set up an authority by the name of Planning Commission, and it was this Planning Commission which was made responsible for preparation of the 5-year plans as well as implementation of the 5-year plans. Today, do we have a planning commission? No, we do not have planning commission today. Why? 2014-2015, Government of India decided that there is no need of a planning commission in India. Right? Government was changed and Government of India, right, then decided no need to have a planning commission. And that is the precise reason planning commission has been dissolved, has been disbanded, and we have one more authority in case of India today, that is Niti Aayog. And please understand the next point as well. Now, can we say Niti Aayog is responsible for 5-year plans in India? No. We have disbanded, discontinued the concept of 5-year plans altogether. We do not have 5-year plans in India today. Right? But argument was simple earlier. After independence, Government of India decided the resources that are there with us are very, very limited. Understand the logic. The resources that are there with us are very, very limited. And we cannot allow only the private sector to utilize all the resources. We cannot simply ask the private sector to utilize the resources. No. Government of India decided in that case how much resources will be used for which sector. How much resources will be allocated for which sector. Is the private sector going to be allowed to participate, etc., etc. The planning was implemented. And that is the reason, if you remember earlier, that is yesterday's class also, I've told you this. Do not try to read industrial policies as a separate policy. Try to connect industrial policy with the concept of planning in India. So don't you think over a period of time, different plans were implemented? In order to achieve the targets under the 5-year plans, certain industrial policies were also implemented by Government of India. Now, what was the reason? Why did we introduce planning in India? First one, India had fallen into a low-level equilibrium trap. I'll explain this. Follow the discussion here. India had fallen into low-level equilibrium trap. Now, the concept of equilibrium trap has been given by an economist. Remember the name, Richard P. Nelson. Richard P. Nelson. Very, very famous economist, by the way. Richard P. Nelson. And what is this idea of a low-level equilibrium trap? Right? A basic idea of a vicious circle. At this point of time, again, you're talking about 1940s and 1950s. Please tell me, was the income earned in case of India, was the income very, very high? Per capita income only. Think of it. Was the income earning of Indians very, very high? No. What about GDP? Was the GDP of India very, very high? That is also no. Most of the GDP contribution came from agriculture sector. Most of the GDP contribution came from agriculture sector. But even then, we were not self-reliant even in the agriculture sector. We were not Atmanirbhar in agriculture sector. Right? Can I prove that? During 1950s and 1960s, we imported a lot of food grains into India. We were importing food grains into India. So imagine the situation. You are basically a country where majority of the contribution, somewhere around 70% of the contribution came from agriculture sector. Large population was involved in the agriculture sector. But even then, you imported food grains into India. Right? And now I hope you understand when I say first 5-year plan, third 5-year plan, our focus was agriculture sector. Does it make sense to you? The first 5-year plan, third 5-year plan, the focus was basically on the agriculture sector. Now, what is the problem with this? Problem is simple. Most of the contribution comes from agriculture sector. Is agriculture, right, going to provide large number of incomes to the farmers? No, that is a problem. So if the income is very less, what will be the savings? If incomes earned by the farmers who are basically contributing most to the GDP, If the income is lesser, what will be the savings? Savings will be lesser. What about investments? What about investments? Investments will also be lesser. We have discussed the concept already. And when the investment is lesser, what about the production? The production will also be lesser. And when the production is lesser, what will happen to income? Income will also be lesser. Don't you think the whole economy will remain in this equilibrium only? Equilibrium simply means a situation, right? The whole economy will get stuck up in this equilibrium itself. That is lower income, lower investment, lower investment, lower income. Continuously, this cycle will keep on happening. This was referred to as low level equilibrium trap. And the model was proposed by Richard P. Nelson. So the situation wherein people have very low savings, and this will basically lead to lower investment. The growth rates in the Indian economy had got stagnated because of this. Right? So India had fallen into low level equilibrium trap. Can you ask the private sector to invest here? Think of it. In this situation, can you ask the private sector to invest? Do you think private sector will be interested to invest? They will say, let me see demand. Show me where is the demand for goods and services. I will invest. I will promote employment. So private cannot do it. Households cannot do it. Who is left out? Who is left out now? Government of India. That is the precise reason you will see that at least in the beginning, right? At least in the first 6 to 7 5-year plans, the government investment was very, very high. Government investment in the economy was very, very high. Most of the investment government of India used to do. Private sector investment started flowing into Indian economy majorly after LPG reforms. Right? Yes or no? After LPG reforms, private sector investment started increasing in the Indian economy. Right? So that is the point number one. Scarcity of resources and their efficient utilization, government said, I will utilize them. I cannot ask the private sector to do that. I will utilize them. To promote a social justice, that is creation of employment. Regional development was supposed to be promoted. Number of poor people in India was very, very high. Food security was an issue, right? So many issues are there. Government of India decided, okay, let me do the planning then, right? So in order to achieve social justice also, they implemented this. To protect the national interest during the age of globalization. Post 1991, we allowed the companies to enter into India, right? Most of these private sector companies that you're looking today, they came to India after 1991 reforms. Before 1991, what used to happen was government of India. I'll tell you about this again later. Also, remember this. We followed a model of self-reliance. The concept of self-reliance is not new in case of India. Please understand this. Right now, we are using a Hindi term for this, Atmanirbhar. But earlier also, we have tried out the model of self-reliance. That is, under the concept of planning, we have tried out self-reliance. Nothing new. But earlier, this did not work out. What is the meaning of self-reliance as per the old planning concept? Under the planning, we promoted the concept of self-reliance, wherein we stated that we will promote production in the Indian market as much as possible. Produce in the domestic market. And when you produce and supply the goods and services in the domestic market, what will happen to the demand for the imports? What will happen to the demand for imports? The demand for the imports automatically will start going down. Yes or no? Right? Can I call this as import substitution policy? Let me know. Can I call this as import substitution? So through the import substitution, we wanted to achieve the concept of self-reliance. Right? Were we successful? No. Right? It backfired in Indian economy. We were not successful. But anyways, to protect the national interest in the age of globalization, how did we do that? Government used to set up companies in majority of the sectors. Very few private sector companies were allowed in the domestic market, and very few of the foreign companies were allowed to enter into market. Right? That is right basically the point. Next one, through coordination between the center and the states. Right? We wanted to have a better policy implementation, And we wanted to achieve that by having a coordinated policy between the center as well as the states. That is a better coordination and cooperation between the center as well as the states. So these are some of the very important reasons why we adopted the model of planning in India. That is, we adopted the model of 5-year plans. We adopted the model of 5-year plans in India. Okay. Now, next, before the plans were implemented, before 5-year plans were implemented in India, even before that, different experts have given recommendation of planning in India. Right? Different group of experts have recommended planning in India. For example, the first planned economy for India was recommended by Dr. M. Vishwesvaraya. Very, very famous personality, by the way. Dr. M. Vishwesvaraya proposed a 10-year plan for the government. Right? Again, look at the year also. Now you will understand why these plans were not implemented. Okay, back in 1934, Dr. M. Vishwesvaraya proposed a 10-year plan for Indian economy. And right under this 10-year plan, the proposal was that planning commission, which will consist of 5 to 7 members, should be set up. The planning commission consisting of 5 to 7 members should be set up, and a plan for 10 years should be proposed for India. And if all the proposals which were given in this 10-year plan, if they were implemented, it would simply increase the overall production in the domestic market. Numbers are also given. From 400 crore, right, the production will be increased to around 2000 crore rupees. Increase the investment from 300 crore rupees to 1000 crore rupees. And if all of this is implemented, the GDP of Indian economy would be doubled to around 5000 crore rupees. The GDP of Indian economy would be doubled from somewhere around 2,900 crore rupees to around 5,000 crore rupees. So this was proposed by Dr. M. Vishwesvaraya, and this was not implemented in India. Again, right, why you already know the reason, right? So this was the first proposal. And was this the only proposal? Of course, no. We also have a National Planning Committee, NPC, National Planning Committee, which was set up under the chairmanship of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Right, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Those who are asking why, my dear, please tell me, 1934, right, do you think we had government of India at that point of time? Were we independent? Do you think the British government will accept a plan for India? You should not be asking these questions. Look at the year. I told you 3 times, please look at the year, you'll understand why. But anyways, the National Planning Committee under chairmanship of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was set up in 1938. And this committee also gave a lot of recommendations. And one of the recommendation was government should not allow only the private sector to participate. Government should take up ownership of certain industries, which means the model of mixed economy. Government should not open up all the industries to private sector. Some industries, government of India should keep with itself, and the rest of them, they can allow private sector to participate. In fact, same recommendation was given even by Dr. M. Vishwesvaraya. Dr. M. Vishwesvaraya also stated that private sector will not be able to satisfy and provide all the goods and services which are required for the economy. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Private sector will not be able to satisfy the requirement of the economy. So government should participate. Government should be present in controlling the economy. Same recommendation was given by Dr. M. Vishwesvaraya as well as this National Planning Committee as well. But again, please understand 2 important points. Did we implement this particular plan proposed? In fact, multiple proposals were given. These were not implemented. Again, reason is the pre-independence situation. And second reason, I'll tell you. What happened in 1939? I've asked you this question earlier also. What happened in 1939? Don't you think 1939, Second World War broke out? WW2. Second World War. There was a breakout of Second World War. And whatever history you've read in the high school or even let's say in the history classes, please tell me, after the Second World War broke out, was there a discussion about planning in India, or was there a discussion whether should we support Britishers or not? Right? Don't you think the latter was the focus from 1939? Right? That is a precise reason. This, although different plans were proposed, nothing was implemented, nothing was taken up for discussion. Third one, 1943 Bombay Plan. Now, some of the books will give it as 1944, right? But the discussion started in 1943. That is called as a Bombay Plan. Now, what is this idea of a Bombay Plan? The Bombay Plan was actually proposed by businessmen. Simple. This was proposed by businessmen, not by Government of India, not by any economist. This was proposed by businessmen. For example, Tata, Mr. Tata, right? Mr. Thakur Das. There were 7 to 8 businessmen who came together and they proposed a model of economy for India. And that is famously referred to as Bombay Plan. And in case of Bombay Plan, they also proposed the same thing. Private sector should not be allowed to take up all the industries. Government should control some of the industries, and remaining industries, private sector should be allowed to participate. In fact, some of you will simply ask me, or at least you will have this point in the mind, sir, why is the businessman saying government should own certain industries? I'll tell you a very interesting history behind this. Again, don't expect UPSC or UPSC to ask you this question, but understand the logic behind it. At this point of time, right, it was pretty much sure in couple of years we'll get independence. Yes or no? At this point of time, it was very much right on the horizon that we'll get independence very soon. Which year? That was basically the argument. And at this point of time, it was almost guaranteed that, right, Mr. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru will become the favorite of becoming a prime minister. And look at this. Mr. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was focused on the idea of socialism. He was infatuated. He was in love with the idea of a socialism. And at this point of time, socialism was followed by whom? USSR. Right? Soviet Union, USSR. So there was a basic understanding in the market that if government of India is formed after independence, we might adopt a type of socialism in India. Is it okay? We might adopt a type of socialism. And generally, when you talk about socialism, who will control the factors of production in socialism? I'm connecting you to first class now. Right? In socialism, who will control the factors of production? Government. So now, most of the people, that is businessmen, had realized, okay, right, if there is a government formed, we might end up losing all the industries to Government of India. So what they proposed was basically a model of mixed economy. Government should also control certain industries and the private sector should also be provided with certain industries to participate in. That is basically the Bombay Plan. And this Bombay Plan was not proposed for 5 years, not 10 years. It was actually proposed for 15 years. It was proposed for 15 years. And under this, if you implement this for 15 years, over a period of 15 years, the per capita income would double for India. From that time, when the per capita income was around $22, the per capita income would become somewhere around $45 if the plan was implemented. And under this, they proposed the idea of doubling of infrastructure, road network, increasing, right, coastal shipping, railway network, etc., etc. That was the proposal given by the industrialist, which is very famously referred to as Bombay Plan. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? Now, if some of you have interest, again, just a minute, I'll take just a minute. If some of you have interest in learning economic history of India through, let's say, concept of stories, etc., read additional books. I hope you understand. Read additional books. Don't stick to, right, book A, book B for GS paper 3. Read additional books. For example, there is one very famous book now, Forks in the Road. Have you heard of this book? Forks in the Road. Let me know. Right, basically, who is the author of that book? Wonderful book, by the way. Forks in the Road. There is one more book, Accidental India. Accidental India. Very, very famous, by the way. Very nice book. If you ask me, very, very nice book. Accidental India. Right, again, if you're interested, again, when I say if you're interested, it means You are covering GS paper 3, GS paper 2 as per requirement of UPSC. After that, you have time, you are interested in reading books. For those, right, whose hobby is right reading books, I'm giving you some examples. Okay, so read these kind of books, you will be able to understand certain economic concepts from historical context. Now, apart from this, were there any other plans? Apart from this, any other plans? Please understand, there was a plan by the name of Sarvodaya plan. Simply remember the author, can be asked by UPSC. There is a plan referred to as a Sarvodaya plan. There was also a plan referred to as a People's Plan. People's Plan. People's Plan was proposed by Mr. M.N. Roy. M.N. Roy, and Sarvodaya Plan was proposed by J.P. Jayaprakash Narayan. And there is one more plan, Gandhian Plan. Gandhian Plan. If UPSC will ask you who is the author of Gandhian Plan, I'm pretty sure 99% will choose Gandhiji. Wrong. S.N. Agarwal. S.N. Agarwal. Sriman Narayan Agarwal. Right? These kind of tricky questions are asked by UPSC. Right? So Sarvodaya Plan by JP, People's Plan by M.N. Roy, and Gandhian Plan by S.N. Agarwal. Sriman Narayan Agarwal. Okay, so these are some of the plans which were proposed, right? But none of these were implemented because most of them were proposed even before independence. Now, what has been the road or the evolution to planning in India? We established a planning commission in 1950. Let me check whether I've given points regarding this. Yes, it is there. First, we established a planning commission, and then we established a National Development Council. The plan was proposed, prepared, and given by the Planning Commission to NDC. I'll start using the short form. Long form is there right here itself. Please have a look at it. The Planning Commission, that is PC, would prepare a 5-year plan, give it to National Development Council. National Development Council would approve it. Then the plan would go to the cabinet. Once the cabinet will approve the 5-year plan, it will go to Parliament. And once the Parliament will approve it, the 5-year plans were implemented. Any difficulty here? It's a very simple flow chart. Simple flow chart. Right? The Planning Commission would prepare the 5-year plan, give it to National Development Council. I'll come to what is the composition, etc., etc. Just give me a minute. Right? National Development Council. National Development Council will approve it. It will go to Cabinet. Cabinet will approve it, go to the Parliament. Once the Parliament approves it, 5-year plans were actually implemented. Now, what is the composition? What is basically idea of National Development Council as well as the Planning Commission? The Planning Commission was established in 1950 through executive order of the government. All of you understand the meaning of the term executive order? Please do let me know. Through the executive order of Government of India. Right? Planning Commission is not a constitutional authority. Planning Commission was not established with the passage of an act. Nothing. Government of India issued an order, hence Planning Commission was established. Just like Niti Aayog. Today we have Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog is also not a constitutional body. Niti is also not a statutory body. There is no act for Niti Aayog. Government through the executive authority issued an order and the authority has been established. So Planning Commission was established in 1950. It's an executive body that is set up through the executive resolution of the government. The chairman of the Planning Commission was the Prime Minister. But apart from the chairman, there was a deputy chairman who was appointed by the government, and these were generally the experts. These were experts in the economy. Okay. Apart from this, we also had a finance minister. We had representation of other ministers, and certain experts were also part of the Planning Commission. This is the composition of Planning Commission. Now, please make an observation here. Tell me, is there any representation of the states in the Planning Commission? Let me know. Please make an observation. Is there any representation of states in the Planning Commission? Right? And the observation is no. There is absolutely no representation. Those who are saying maybe, etc., etc., my dear, that's the reason I'm saying observe. I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you to observe. right? Whatever data is there right in front of you, anywhere have I written, right, basically the state governments? Absolutely no. That was one of the criticisms, right? That was one of the criticisms. What is the criticism? 5-year plans are prepared by the Planning Commission, which is a central government authority. Don't you think states will play a very important role in the implementation of the 5-year plans? Yes or no? They will play a very, very important role in implementing the plans. But you're not considering the states in preparation of the plan. I hope you understand. You're not considering the states in the method where plan is prepared. And that is the precise reason in 1952, there was one more authority through the executive order of the government, that is National Development Council. NDC, National Development Council. And if you just make an observation, you will see that in NDC, there was a representation of the state governments and union territories. There was a representation of the states as well as union territories. Apart from that, it will be chaired, that is, a chairman will be again Prime Minister, right? They will have a representation of all the states. The cabinet ministers will be present here, and other members of the Planning Commission will also be present as a part of National Development Council. So Planning Commission was set up, no representation of the states. National Development Council was set up, there was a representation of the states. But again, the criticism remained, in the process of preparing the plan, there is no representation of the states, right? Only while you get the approval, when you get the approval, the states are actually present in the National Development Council. Done? Shall I go to the next one here? But NDC also don't have power. My dear, NDC can give recommendation to Planning Commission. There is a process, right? Planning Commission will give it to NDC. NDC has to approve it. NDC can ask revised plan again. But generally that would not happen. Don't worry. Okay. So, sir, today does a Planning Commission and NDC exist? No. We do not have a Planning Commission and NDC now. That's the reason Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog Governing Council is important. In case of Niti Aayog, point number 1, those who have read Governing Council or not, let me know. Was there a representation of states in the Governing Council? That has become a lot of controversial issue now. You should have read in the newspaper. I'll tell you why. Many of the chief ministers, right, boycotted the Niti Aayog meeting. Please check it in the Google. It was there in Hindu also. Most of the chief ministers of the states boycotted. They said, we do not want to participate in the Governing Council meet of Niti Aayog. Which means, based on this discussion only, tell me now, based on what we have discussed. I have not discussed Niti Aayog, I know that. Based on this itself, can I give you one difference? That is, in Planning Commission, there was no representation of the states. In Niti Aayog, there is a representation of the states. Let me know. Right? Again, don't worry about rest of the things. Sir, when was the Niti Aayog set up? What is the long form, etc., etc.? Don't worry. I'm yet to go to Niti Aayog. Based on what I've told you so far, is it fair if I say, is it okay if I say, in Planning Commission, there is no representation of the states, but in Niti Aayog, there is a representation of the states. That is the best example of a governing council. That is why I ask you people to read newspapers carefully. Done? Now, what was the role of the Planning Commission? Planning Commission used to frame, that is prepare 5-year plan. Simple. First one is make 5-year plans. Second, implement 5-year plans. And third, review 5-year plans. We used to make a review after 2 years or 2.5 years, right? We would simply review the 5-year plan, and again, if there are any changes required, we would implement it. Done? But apart from that, what were the goals which were set up by the Planning Commission? At least now, PC is okay with all of you? What is the long form of PC? Please don't keep on asking. Sir, what is PC? What is PC? I'm not talking about Priyanka Chopra here. I'm simply using the short form Planning Commission. Don't get distracted. PC is always Planning Commission in economics. Now let's start. What were the long-term goals? What the Planning Commission wanted to achieve? Point number 1. Planning Commission wanted to achieve growth. Anybody has a issue with this? Is there any problem if I say planning commission wanted to achieve growth? Of course, yes. Right? We want to achieve certain growth for the Indian economy, right? We want Indian economy to grow at 5%, 8%, 15%, although 15% is very ambitious, 8%, 7%. So first goal that they wanted to achieve was, right, the growth itself. Now, please understand the next point carefully. Growth initially was given the highest importance. To begin with, especially in the first couple of 5-year plans, especially in the first, second, third, fourth, like this, growth was given the highest importance. Why? There is one concept called as trickle down theory. Government of India at this point of time believed in a concept called as trickle down theory. Now, understand what is the concept of trickle down theory very carefully here. Right? What does the trickle down theory say? Trickle down theory says, if the government provides tax benefit to the rich, if tax benefits are given to rich, then the benefits will flow down to other section of the society, I'll explain this. Other section of society. Right? What is a trickle down theory? It says, if the tax benefits are provided to the rich people, businessmen, etc., the benefit of this policy, right, will flow down to other section in the society as well. So how is that possible? Let me explain. We'll connect it to current affairs. Imagine here is a very rich businessman, very rich businessman. Now, the government will provide a huge tax exemption or a tax break to the businessman, businesswoman, whatever it is, right? Let me make it gender neutral before you start fighting with me. Imagine there is a business person here, huge amount of wealth, government will give, right, let's say huge tax benefit to the businessman. Now, if you are the person, please tell me, don't you think because of this, your investment in the Indian economy will increase or not? Let me know. The investment that you make, because now you have huge amount of money. Government is collecting very negligible taxes from you. What will happen to the investment? Investment will increase. Right? That is, let's say you will set up a company. You will employ people. Yes or no? You'll basically set up a company. What will happen to employment? Employment will increase. And when the employment increases, what will happen to the salaries or wages that are given to workers? The salaries or wages given to workers will automatically increase. And this, don't you think, will improve the quality of life of the people? This will uplift a certain population out of poverty. Possible or not? That this is what is the concept of trickle down theory. This is basically what the trickle down theory proposes. Will it work out every time? Absolutely no. That is the reason we had to forego the model of trickle down. Later, we started directly attacking poverty. Understand this. Initially, what was the argument? Right, we will give lot of tax break, will promote investment in this model, and automatically the number of poor people in the Indian economy will go down. That is basically what was proposed under the model of trickle down. But we realized, okay, it is not working out. It is not helping. We are not able to reduce the poverty by sufficient numbers. That is the precise reason in the 5th 5-year plan, 6th 5-year plan, what you will see is government will change the policy. What is the change in the policy? Government itself will say, okay, rather than giving the tax break, rather than promoting investment, why don't I directly provide certain benefits to poor people? How? I will provide education to them. I will provide skilling to them. I will provide, right, a clean drinking water to them. I will provide housing for them. Right? What are we trying to do? Rather than expecting this model to work out, we are directly attacking poverty. That is the change in the policy that was done later, not initially, later. So first point, we expected that with higher growth, automatically trickle down will take place. Does it work out? No, it will not work out. Can I give you a current affairs example of this? The earlier Prime Minister of Britain, actually tried out the same model. That is Liz Truss. Liz Truss actually tried out the same model. That is basically gave a huge amount of tax exemption to companies, to people. And later they realized that, okay, the model that we are proposing is basically a trickle down theory, but the tax benefit that we are giving is going to benefit only rich people. They'll keep on continuously becoming rich. And because there is no demand in the market, they will not invest. I hope it makes perfect sense. I hope you understand this. I've given a tax break, right? Imagine rich people, they'll be able to save 1 crore rupee tax. That is, they will pay 1 crore rupee lesser tax to the government. Whereas poor people, they'll be able to save, let's say, 10 rupee tax. Now, don't you think it is the rich people who have got the majority benefit of the tax reduction? Right? Do you think poor people will be happy with this? Of course, no. And what if the economy is already reeling with recession? What if the economy, there is already recession? Right? So, the recession will not promote private sector investment. Private sector will never invest when there is a recession. And what is the second problem with this? Please go back to the taxation. If government will reduce the tax rates like this, don't you think government borrowings will increase? Let me know. If government will reduce the tax rates like this, don't you think the dependence of the government on borrowings will increase? Now, what if your borrowings are already very high? Think of it. What if your borrowings are historically very high now? You have reached a historical level. Now, by reducing taxes, you want to borrow. Do you think market will have confidence on your the financials? Is it possible? Will the market have confidence on your financial stability? Absolutely no. Right? So that is the precise reason. The trickle down theory model on paper looks very nice, but in reality, there are so many factors which will ensure that this theory will not work out. Okay, so that is basically the concept here. So first one, growth. Now, please have a look at it and tell me, if I say that Planning Commission wanted to achieve growth, can I also say Planning Commission wanted to eradicate poverty? Yes or no? Can I say this is also one of the objective long-term goals of Planning Commission? They wanted to eradicate poverty. Don't say, sir, you did not write it in the slide. Nowhere it is written. So I thought poverty is not a target for Planning Commission. Of course, yes. If you're going to promote growth, we want to eradicate poverty. Second, after growth, equity. After growth, equity. Now, what is the concept of equity? With higher growth, there is a concern that income inequality will increase in the economy. Wealth inequality will increase in the economy. Regional imbalances will increase. Do you want to promote it? Do you want to allow this to continue to happen? No, you should not do that. So what Government of India through Planning Commission targeted was, we will reduce income inequalities in the economy. Right? We will try to ensure that the people will be able to get access to basic requirements such as drinking water, education, health care, right, etc., etc. That was the concept of equity. So first one is growth, second one is equity, third one is modernization. Right? What is the basic idea of modernization? Please go back to some time ago. I said most of the working population in India was present in agriculture sector. Right? How many of you are under the impression that 1950 farmers, forget about today, 1950, farmers were able to use technologically advanced equipments in the agriculture sector? Right? Was that a situation? What about industries? Do you think we had very good technologically advanced industries at that point of time? Of course, no. Britishers never allowed us to have it. So argument was simple. You cannot use only the traditional tools, traditional equipments to promote growth in India. We will have to shift to better tools, better kind of a technology. That is basically the idea of a modernization. It referred to adoption of better or newer technology for increased productivity as well as production. So that is modernization. And the fourth one that I've told you already, concept of self-reliance. At this point of time, please understand this. We were dependent on import of food grains. Have a look at this. We were dependent on import of food grains. We used to import a lot of food grains. Today, we are a net exporter of food grains. Can you understand the difference? Earlier, we were dependent on food grain imports. Today, we are a net exporter of food grains. We are exporting to rest of the world. So one, we were dependent on import of food grain. Second, what about capital? That is investment. We used to borrow from different multilateral agencies. We were dependent on capital as well. What about, right, let's say machines, equipments, right, technology? We did not have development of these industries, and we were dependent on import of capital machinery as well. So there was a need to reduce this import dependence, right? There was a need to reduce this import dependence, right? And to a very great extent, we have been very successful here. Food grain, right? We are exporting now. Investment, yes, no doubt we are attracting investment, but Indian companies are also investing outside India now. We are also investing outside India. We are not just dependent on the import. What about technology, right? One of the countries with, right, very good amount of technology. Again, comparatively, there is a need. I hope you understand. I cannot simply say whatever technology we have, it is sufficient. Absolutely no. Even today, we import a lot of technology, but comparatively, there has been a improvement in the situation, right? So higher import dependence would also affect sovereignty. So we wanted to reduce that impact on the sovereignty. Savings would automatically lead to higher amount of investment. So these were some of the long-term goals which were set up by the Planning Commission under the concept of 5-year plans. Done? Now, next, these are the 5-year plans for you. Right? If you ask me, please by heart it. Please by heart it, but I'll tell you a trick. How do you remember it? I'll tell you a trick. Whichever book you're referring to, continuously the plans are given. Right? First 5-year plan, second 5-year plan, third 5-year plan. But how do you remember it? Because if you see, if all the plans were implemented continuously without any break, very easy to remember. 51, 56, 61, 66, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5. But make an observation here. Do you think all the plans in India were implemented continuously? Absolutely no. Right? There were certain disruptions. There have been certain gaps in the planning. That is the reason. I'll tell you a trick. How do you remember it? I will divide the whole of the 12 5-year plans into 3 groups. Understand this. I'll divide the whole 12 5-year plans into 3 groups. First group will have 3, second group will have 4, and the third group will have 5. 3, 4, 5. Difficult to remember this? 3, 4, and 5. 3 plus 4, 7. 7 plus 5, 12. 1951 we started, 2017 we closed. Now, sir, why 3, 4, 5? There is a reason. Please observe the first 3 5-year plans and tell me, is there any gap? Right? Make an observation. Please observe the first 3 5-year plans. Is there any gap? Absolutely no. 51, 56, 56, 61, 61, 66. In fact, right, if you look at technically the third 5-year plan, we made certain cuts there, but don't worry. So first 3 5-year plans were implemented continuously. But after that, suddenly you will see a gap. Suddenly there is a gap. That is from 66 to 69, there is a gap. Sir, why? Why there was a gap? 1966, right, that is the end of the third 5-year plan, Indian economy was facing crisis. Very simple. Indian economy was facing crisis. There was a drought in the third 5-year plan. There were 2 wars India fought, one with China, another one with Pakistan. Now tell me, any country that faces 2 wars, faces a drought situation, do you think they'll be able to survive these kind of economic situations? Do you think they should plan for the next 5-year plan? Of course, no. They cannot allocate all the resources now. So what we did was, we took a plan holiday. Is it okay? We took a plan holiday. What do you mean by plan holiday? After the third 5-year plan, we did not implement fourth 5-year plan immediately. We took a break. We took a gap. Rather than 5-year plans, during the plan holiday, we implemented annual plans. Is it okay? Rather than having 5-year plans, during the plan holiday, we implemented annual plans. One year plan was implemented. That is the reason this is called as a plan holiday. Now, second phase, that is a second grouping where 4 5-year plans are written like this. Except at one point, can you see that all the other 3 are continuously implemented? And I'll tell you, right, what is the reason there is a gap in one plan. Except one, all the other 3, right, have they been implemented continuously? Answer is yes. 69 to 74, 74 to 79. But suddenly after 79, there's a gap there, 80. 80 to 85, 85 to 90. Now, why there is a gap? There is a reason for this also, right? There's a reason for this. Please tell me, 1970s, is it known for emergency or not? Understand the history, automatically you'll understand. You will be able to understand it very easily. Okay, was there an emergency? Yes, there was emergency. And after emergency, there was elections conducted. Indira Gandhi lost the elections. Or the government at that point of time, Congress government, lost the elections. And a new government was formed, which was headed by Mr. Morarji Desai. And that is the precise reason, understand this. When elections were conducted, new government was made. The new government did not believe in 5-year plans. Simple. They did not believe in 5-year plans. So what they did was, the 5th 5-year plan was discontinued. 78, the 5th 5-year plan was discontinued. And rather than having a 5-year plan, what the new government did was, they introduced the concept of continuous planning or rolling plans. Do you remember the term rolling? Let me check. Rather than having a 5-year plan, they introduced the concept of rolling plans. Right? That is where the 5-year plans, or let's say 10-year plans, will be divided into annual plans. And after 1-year plan, second annual plan will change. And after second annual plan, third annual plan automatically will change. That is a concept of continuous planning or rolling plans. So from 1978, they introduced the 6th 5-year plan, which was supposed to be a rolling plan, right, or a continuous plan. But again, history, 1980, the government lost, right? There was a change in the government. And in 1980, Indira Gandhi became the prime minister all over again. Now you tell me, when there is a change in the government, Indira Gandhi became the prime minister again, do you think she will continue with the rolling plans? Of course no. Right? What they did was, they basically withdrew the concept of rolling plan, and a new 5-year, 6th 5-year plan was actually implemented. A new 6th 5-year plan was actually implemented. Now, does the gap make sense to you? Let me know. Does the gap make sense to you? 79 to 80. Then there is no issue till 7th 5-year plan. Look at the 8th 5-year plan, right? 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Continuously, right? Any problem? Continuously they have been implemented. But many of you ask me, sir, why there's a gap here again? 1990 to 92, why there's a gap here? Reason is very simple. 1991, yesterday did we discuss this? There was a BOP crisis in the Indian economy. BOP crisis in the Indian economy, right? There was again, BOP crisis is one part. Can I say inflation was very high? Fiscal deficit was very high, right? The forex reserves were depleting. Different factors are there. So during 1990-91, there was a crisis in the Indian economy. So again, there was a plan holiday. I'll write it here. Again, there was a plan holiday. Plan holiday means what? Rather than having 5-year plans, we had annual plans, right? So after that, continuously remaining 5-year plans, 5-year plans have been implemented. But last point regarding this, the 12th 5-year plan, we did not implement it completely. The 12th 5-year plan was not implemented completely. Reason is very simple. 2014 elections were conducted. 2015, right, there was a new government, and the new government basically dismantled planning commission. They dismantled planning commission, and when you dismantle planning commission, don't you think you are right removing the authority which is supposed to implement 5-year plan? If there is no authority to implement 5-year plans, is there possibility to implement and complete 5-year plans? Of course, no. That's a reason post 2015, you will generally not see the idea of a planning in case of India. Okay, you will not see the concept of planning after 2015 in India. Done, right? So these are the 12 5-year plans. If you ask me, simply by heart it. And I've told you the trick. I've told you the trick. Now, please don't worry about it. Can you do the maths in your head? Just think of it and can you do the maths in your head? Sir, what maths are you asking? If I were to ask you, LPG reforms, from which 5-year plan we started implementing it? Think of it. The LPG reforms, from which 5-year plan we started to implement it? Don't look at the board and answer to me. Do the math in your head. LPG reform started from 1991, right? Planning was started from 1951, which means 40 years. But can I, right, basically say 8th 5-year plan? Yes or no? 8th 5-year plan, right? So have a look at this. 8th 5-year plan. So this is how you generally use the data. Use the data for these purposes. You know gaps are there. You know where what has happened, why there is a gap, how many years you'll have to shift, etc., etc. Done? So these are the things. Please by heart this table as far as I'm concerned. Now one more big table for you. Many of you will try to by heart this. My recommendation is do not by heart it. Not required. I will simply try to make certain inferences or observations. You also make and tell me, rather than remaining all the 24 numbers, don't you think this is a much better approach? First 5-year plan, anyways, you will have to by heart. Is it okay? First 5-year plan. It's a first 5-year plan, right? So, of course, you will have to by heart it. So, the target for GDP growth rate was 2.1%. We not only achieved 2.1%, we overachieved it, 3.6%. So first 5-year plan, simply by heart it. But apart from this, tell me now, make an observation and tell me, which is the first 5-year plan where the growth rate was a 6% or more than 6%? Which is the first 5-year plan where Indian economy hit the growth rate of 6%? Can I simply say 7th 5-year plan? Any difficulty here? 7th 5-year plan, very much relevant. 7th 5-year plan, why? Please look at the tenure of 7th 5-year plan. 1985 to 1990, which means even before we started implementing LPG reforms, Indian economy was already achieving 6% GDP growth rate. Yes or no? At least on this, can you make a decision? Even before we started implementing LPG reforms, we started achieving 6% GDP growth rate in case of Indian economy. And 6% is very, very good growth rate. 6% is not a very small number. Very, very good growth rate. Right? But of course, after that, right, continuously we have been able to achieve, right, more than 5%, more than 6%, more than 7%. But 7th 5-year plan, this is the reason why this is relevant. Very much relevant. Okay, done. Now, these are certain things. Just make an observation. Do not by heart the whole table. Trust me, you don't have to by heart the whole table. Again, I don't expect. I'm sorry. I'm not doubting your capability. I'm not doubting your capability. There are 24 numbers, my dear. Decimals, including decimals, there are 24 numbers, and you cannot mismatch. It's you cannot mismatch. You cannot simply by heart 6.1%, 7.3%. Somewhere there'll be 6.1% and 7.3%. But the difficulty is for which year? For which year? Don't you think that is the reason? So do not by heart it. Make observations, take the observations and go forward. Okay, done. Right, so these are certain points. Now, let me enter into actual concept of 5-year plans. Right, lot of concepts, lot of points I'll throw at you people. For the next 1 hour, you will have to sustain this. You will have to sustain this data. Now, let's start. First 5-year plan, 1951 to 1956. 1951 to 1956. The focus of the first 5-year plan was agriculture sector. And they should not be very difficult to you to understand. Sir, why the focus was agriculture sector? My dear, if you remember, I've told you more than 70% of GDP actually came from agriculture sector. Population in case of India was very high. The bifurcation, that is partition, had taken place, and some of the agriculture important areas had gone to Pakistan. Now at this point of time, if you look at all of this, don't you think government of India naturally will focus on agriculture sector? Yes or no? Right? Understand the logic behind it. Population of India very high, right? The partition has taken place. Important agriculture sector areas have gone to Pakistan, right? In case of India, most of the population is there in agriculture sector. Contribution to GDP is very high. That is the precise reason government of India said, let me take agriculture as the central focus. And when you have so many factors, automatically the price levels were very, very high. Inflation rate was very high. So to address all of these issues, government's focus was basically agriculture sector. Imports of food grains were very, very high in Indian economy. Till 1960s, we have kept on importing food grain. Very, very bad situation of agriculture sector. We kept on importing food grains into India. Third, right, as a result of the policy of targeting agriculture sector, we were able to achieve a higher GDP growth rate. Production in the agriculture sector increased, and to a very great extent, we were able to control the inflation level or price controls, right? Price was controlled in the domestic market. And this was the time period when we also started promoting major irrigation projects. Right? For example, you must have heard of Bhakra Nangal Dam project. Right? All these major irrigation projects, a large number of them were promoted in the first 5-year plan. In addition to this, in addition to all these points that I've written here, land reforms were also promoted during this period. Land reforms. Again, right, I believe post-independence, you will come across a concept of land reforms. Right? Abolition of zamindari, land ceiling reforms, right? A Bhudan movement. Bhudan was not proposed and implemented by the government, was basically a social movement, right? Different types of land reforms have been implemented over a period of time, but the genesis of that, the starting point of that, you'll find it in the first 5-year plan. Okay, right? So these are certain important points regarding the first 5-year plan. Any difficulty in any of the 5 points that I've given here? I will write the sixth point as well here, important for UPSC, by the way. The first 5-year plan and even the second 5-year plan, we followed a model called as Harrod-Domer model. Harrod-Domer model. I'll explain this. Right, in the first 5-year plan, the government of India planning as a concept was following one theory called as Harrod-Domer model. Harrod-Domer model. Now, what is this concept of a Harrod-Domer model? Let me explain this. Questions have been asked on this. Understand the Harrod-Domer model. Harrod-Domer model proposes that if a country wants to achieve a higher growth rate, then the savings in the economy have to increase and capital output ratio, COR, has to decrease. What is the long form of capital output ratio? It is written here. Understand this. I'll repeat it again. Right? For a country to achieve a higher GDP growth rate, right, basically the savings in the economy have to increase and the capital output ratio has to decrease. Now, any problem in the point number 1? That is, if you want to achieve a higher GDP growth rate, savings should increase. Any problem with point 1? Please do let me know. We have discussed this from first class. Any problem if I say, if the GDP of India has to increase, if the savings increases, we expect the GDP also to increase. Can I go to point number 2 directly? That is a capital output ratio. Capital output ratio has to come down. Now, what is the meaning of this? Understand this in a very simple way. Simplify, always simplify this. I'll give you 2 examples. Have a look at this. Example 1, example 2. In example 1, we will make an investment of 100 rupees. Same amount of investment even in example 2. But what if I say your friend is back, this bottle has to be manufactured under example 1. Per bottle, the investment requirement is 10 rupee. And in the example 2, per bottle, the investment requirement is let's say 7 rupees. Odd number, I know that, but anyways, investment requirement is 7 rupees. Now, please tell me in which of the two examples production will be better. Think of it and tell me in which of the two examples production will be better, production will be higher. Some of you are saying example 1. How? How? I'm surprised. That's the reason I said how 3 times. How is that in example 1, where you're spending 10 rupees to manufacture one bottle, your answer is it is better here compared to example 2. My dear, if investment of 100 rupees there, if you use 10 rupee to manufacture one bottle, will you not manufacture simply 10 units here? You'll simply manufacture 10 units here. Whereas here, more than 14 units. So in which of the two countries or which of the two economies the production will be better? Your answer has to be example 2. Yes or no? Your answer has to be example 2. Production is more higher. It is higher compared to example 1. Now look at the definition of capital output ratio. What is the definition of capital output ratio? Capital output ratio simply means what is the amount of capital spent. What is the amount of capital spent in order to produce one unit? The amount of capital spent to produce unit of a product. Unit of product. Unit means one good of a product. Now, in case of the example that I gave you, can I simply say capital output ratio in example 1 is 10? Let me know. Capital output ratio in example 1 is 10 and capital output ratio in example 2 is 7. And now, right, let me come to the most important point. If the capital output ratio reduces, will the productivity and production increase or not? Think of it. If the capital output ratio reduces, will the productivity, will it increase or not? If you're spending 100 rupee and you're able to produce more and sell in the market, what will happen to GDP? Tell me. What will happen to GDP? Will the GDP increase or not? Of course, yes. Now look at the definition and tell me, does it make sense to you or not? Please look at the definition and tell me, does it make sense to you? That is, Harrod-Domar model says, if a country wants to achieve a higher growth, higher GDP, then one, increase the savings, reduce capital output ratio. If you reduce capital output ratio, even if you don't change anything, automatically the production will increase. And if your savings will increase, what will happen to investment? Investment will increase, production will increase, and GDP automatically will increase. That is Harrod-Domar model formula. Can I go forward now? That is basically the application of Harrod-Domar model formula. Right? G is equal to S upon R. S should increase, R should decrease, so that the G will keep on increasing. Now, in addition to the capital output ratio, there is one more concept that we use in case of India, incremental capital output ratio. Incremental capital output ratio. ICAR is nothing but incremental capital output ratio. Now, what do you mean by incremental capital output ratio? Let me give you another example here. Imagine between 1950 and 1980. Simple numbers I'll take. Imagine between 1950 and 1980, you have invested, let's say 100 rupees. I'll take small numbers so that calculation is easier. And the amount of production is let's say 10 units. Amount of production that you have done is 10 units. Question number 1. Can you calculate capital output ratio using this? Can you calculate COR? Of course, yes. COR will be 10 rupees. COR will be 10 rupees. Point number 2, question number 2. Can you find out how much efficient was the capital that was invested in 1980? Tell me now. That is a question number 2. Can you find out what was the efficiency of the capital that you invested in 1980 using this data? You cannot calculate. All of you agree? You cannot calculate. Why? I am simply saying from 1950 to 1980, or some of us saying capital output ratio. My dear, from 1950 to 1980, total investment is 100 rupees and total production is 10 units, which means in 30 years, I've invested 100 and my production is 10. I can use it to calculate capital output ratio. But don't you think whatever technology used in 1950 would have been much more advanced in 1980? Whatever was the skilled labor availability in 1950, better skilled labor will be available in 1980. Which means if you are spending, let's say, 10 rupees to manufacture one unit in 1950, don't you think by 1980 you should be spending less than 10 rupee? Yes or no? Does it make sense to you or not? If you're spending 10 rupee in 1950 to manufacture one unit, would you want to spend the same amount or more than that in 1980? No, you should be spending less than that. Why? Labor will be skilled. Technology available will be much better. Right? So obviously you will have to spend a lesser number of units when you're talking about 1980. But now, can you find out only with this data, 100 rupee, 10 units? Can you find out what was the effectiveness of capital that you spent in 1980? Answer will be no. And that is the precise reason what we have done is we have introduced a new concept called as incremental capital output ratio. What is this incremental capital output ratio? Incremental capital output ratio says how much capital you should invest, how much additional capital you should invest to increase the production by 1 unit. I'll repeat it. How much should be the additional capital that you must invest to increase the production by 1 unit? That is called as incremental capital output ratio. Now, please think of it and let me know. I'll give you an example. Please think of it and let me know. Should the incremental capital output ratio, should it be high or low? I'll repeat the definition. Incremental capital output ratios means how much more capital, how much more extra money you will have to spend to increase the production by 1 unit. And my question is, should your incremental capital output ratio, should it be high or low? It should be low. Some of you are saying high. No, my dear, it should be low. Can I give you one example? Can I give you one example here? Imagine you want to produce the bottles. Imagine you want to produce the bottles. So you will purchase a machine, part of the capital. You will purchase raw material. Let's say you will do it in 1950. You will do that in 1950. Now, after 2 years, because let's say the technology that is available to you is much better, skilled labor available is much better, don't you think the production of this, the cost of producing this good should be lower after certain years? Yes or no? How much money you should be spending to manufacture one extra unit of this, right? You will have to spend lesser capital for that. Does it make sense to you or not? Right? Generally, that should happen. You should be spending less amount of capital to produce one extra unit. You should not be spending more and more. That is, imagine to manufacture the first bottle in 1950, you spend 10 rupee. In 1980, you are supposed to spend 20 rupees to manufacture extra bottle, which means you have become inefficient. Is it okay? You have become inefficient in that context, right? That is the precise reason. Incremental capital output ratio, point number 1, simply says to manufacture one extra unit, how much more capital you are supposed to invest. That is incremental capital output ratio. And the incremental capital output ratio should keep on decreasing, not increasing. If you are increasing it, if your ICAR is very higher, simply means either, right, you are not utilizing the resources efficiently, or right, your basically cost of labor is very, very high, etc., etc. That is basically the concept of incremental capital output ratio. Done. Now have a look at this. ICAR is the additional capital that is needed to achieve one additional unit of output. It measures the efficiency of the capital. We are trying to measure what is the efficiency of the capital. Are we spending less amount of money to produce one additional output, or are we spending more amount of money to produce one unit of output? If it is more and more to produce one additional output, then simply means it is inefficient. Right? That is basically the concept of incremental capital output ratio. Right? Then in case of India, the incremental capital output ratio in India has increased from 3.8 in 16 and 17 to 4.9 in 18 and 19, and is expected to further fall down, that is the efficiency, to 6.9 in 19 and 20. Okay, so these are some of the points regarding the concept of Harrod-Domer model. Can we go forward? Don't worry about addressing with inflation. Don't connect it with inflation. Don't complicate it. Then I will have to explain to you how the calculation is done. That is not needed for UPSC. Just understand the basic point. Okay, done. So that is basically the points regarding the first 5-year plan. First 5-year plan. Now second 5-year plan, important for UPSC. Second 5-year plan, 56 to 61. Mahalanobis plan or Mahalanobis strategy. It is also referred to as heavy industrialization policy. Heavy industrialization policy. Right? Mahalanobis strategy or heavy industrialization policy. Now, before I go forward, look at the formula of Harrod-Domer model. Right? Suddenly, UPSC can ask you the application part of it. Look at the formula for Harrod-Domer model. Can I simply say Harrod-Domer model is talking about both supply as well as a demand in the market? Please look at the Harrod-Domer model of formula and tell me, can I say Harrod-Domer model, it is talking about both the supply side as well as the demand side in the market. Right? Supply side how? Capital output ratio. Right? If capital output ratio is higher, automatically the production will be higher. Savings, that is salary will be higher. Salary is higher means demand will also be higher. Right? So that is basically the idea of the Harrod-Domer model, talking about both the demand side as well as the supply side. Okay, done. So let me go to the next one here. Second 5-year plan, heavy industrialization policy or Mahalanobis strategy. Now, what is this heavy industrialization? If you remember yesterday, I used the term heavy industries. Do you remember that? I used the term heavy industries. What do you mean by heavy industries? Where investment requirement is very, very high, where right the production is very high, where output addition to the GDP is also very high, labor requirement is also very high. These are called as heavy industries. For example, steel manufacturing, aeroplane manufacturing, right, etc., etc. These are referred to as heavy industries. Now, under the Mahalanobis plan, Mahalanobis strategy or second 5-year plan, the whole idea was to promote heavy industries as well as consumer goods. It was to promote heavy industries as well as consumer goods manufacturing. Right? And the idea was very simple. If I make an investment in the heavy industries as well as produce more and more consumer goods, automatically, right, investment in Indian economy will increase. Yes or no? Investment in the Indian economy will increase. Please remember the industrial policy of 1956. Investment will increase, employment will increase, production will increase, and what will happen to import dependence? Let me know. What will happen to import dependence? Automatically, the import dependence will go down. In the domestic market, we are producing consumer goods which are consumed by the people like you and me. We are producing heavy industries or heavy products like this, that is, ships, right, steel, etc. So automatically investment will increase, employment will increase, etc., etc. The whole idea was very simple. We will promote heavy industries, we will promote consumer goods. And by doing this, we will reduce our import dependence employment will increase, demand will also automatically increase. But even this did not work out for in favor of India. This did not work out. Why? If you want to invest in the heavy industries, private sector, I told you, government did not want to allow the private sector to invest. People did not have sufficient amount of savings, so automatically investment would be affected. Third, you want the government to invest. Do you think finances of the government in 1950s were very strong? Think of it. Finances of the government in 1950s, not even today, 1950s were very, very strong. Of course, no. So what this plan actually led to is more and more import dependence. This plan actually led to more and more import dependence. We became more and more dependent on the import because we are not producing machinery in India. We used to import it. Government of India did not produce, did not have sufficient amount of revenues to spend money, set up companies. They borrowed from the international market. Agriculture sector was ignored, was basically put right low on the priority. So even the agriculture sector suffered. So this plan actually led to more and more import dependence. We became more and more dependent on the imports because of this plan. Right. So second 5-year plan focused on heavy industries as well as consumer goods segment. And the whole argument was with this plan we'll be able to promote national income as well as investment rates will increase. And during this plan itself, that's the second 5-year plan, 3 steel plants were constructed, plans were proposed. That is one at Rourkela, second one at Bhilai, and the third one at Durgapur. That is basically the concept of Mahalanobis strategy or heavy industrialization plan. And this was heavily criticized. It was criticized to a very, very great extent. Why? You wanted to promote employment. In the 5-year plan, there was no policy as to how to promote employment. How do you generate employment? There was no policy. This plan proposed more and more investment. People do not have sufficient savings in India. How investment will happen? Lower savings, lower investment. Government of India doesn't have sufficient revenues. You want to increase investment, which means government of India's borrowings increased. That is the precise reason the second 5-year plan was criticized. In fact, I'll write one criticism here. There was set of two economists. The set of two economists, Brahmananda and Vakil. There were two economists, Brahmananda and Vakil. And they criticized the second 5-year plan and stated that it was a wrong strategy. We should not have gone to the production of heavy industries in India. We should not run behind it because we do not have sufficient savings. Rather than this, what these set of economists proposed was produce wage goods. Produce more and more wage goods. In fact, this theory is referred to as wage goods model. Remember the name of the economist? Suddenly UPSC can ask you that. The one economist was Mr. Brahmananda, second one was Vakil. Both of them came together and recommended that we should not focus on heavy industries. We should focus on wage goods production. And that is the reason this model is referred to as a wage good model. Now, what do you mean by wage good here? Wage good means anything that is consumed by the wage earners. Anything that is consumed by wage earners. For example, if you are earning wages, I am earning wages, what will you consume? Food grains? Yes or no? Food grains. Second one is clothing, textiles. Right? Don't you think these are wage goods? Please do let me know. Don't you think the food grains as well as clothing is wage goods? So argument of these economists was, don't run behind capital goods. Do not run behind heavy industries. First, sufficiently produce wage goods. If you do not have sufficient wage goods production in the domestic market, people have, let's say people have earned wages. What will they purchase? And don't you think by now, please understand the next point and let me know, if wage good production is lower, don't you think productivity will be affected? Think of it. If a wage good production is lower, don't you think productivity in the economy will be affected? For example, many of you will have this doubt. And as I was saying, how? My dear, if food grain production is lesser, inflation in the food grains is very, very high, will you be able to purchase sufficient amount of food grains for you and your family? If you are not able to purchase, what will happen to your nutrition status? Will you have stomach full food? Right? Do you have sufficient food? No. If you do not have sufficient food, do you have sufficient energy to work? Again, the answer is no. So argument of these economists was very simple. Do not focus on heavy industries, become sufficient in terms of wage goods. And then basically you can target other types of goods. Right? That is basically the wage good model, right? That was given as a criticism to the Mahalanobis strategy. Done? Okay. Next, third 5-year plan. Next concept is third 5-year plan, which was implemented from 1961 to 66. Now we realize that, okay, we don't have to run behind heavy industries. We don't have to ignore agriculture. That's the reason, again, the agriculture sector was given priority. Third 5-year plan, again, agriculture sector was given the priority. And apart from this, we also wanted to promote basic industries production, or we wanted to promote more and more production from the basic industry. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by basic industry? Let me give you a simple definition. Basic industries are those industries which will provide output which will be used by other industries. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Basic industries are those industries whose production will be used by other industries to produce. For example, textile. Can I say cotton? Can I say cotton? Cotton is an example of a basic industry. What about sugar? What about paper? Right, etc. And please understand the next point as well. After partition, right, this is one of the economic impacts. I'm not talking about political, etc. Right, economic impact. A very good amount of agriculture land went with Pakistan. When we divided India, right, when we did the partition like this, very good amount of agriculture land, which was very, very important for us, along with partition, this went to Pakistan. Right. For example, certain lands which are very well known for agriculture in Pakistan produce basmati rice. That is rice, variety of rice. They produce a lot of cotton. Earlier, these were part of India. And when we had undivided India, we used to basically move these, right? These were basically the basic industries. We used to get a lot of inputs like this. But after the partition happened, right, these basic industries were out of reach for India. And that is the precise reason we started promoting the basic industries in India. Okay. Now, but what happened? What happened? You want to implement the third 5-year plan. There were two wars. Already I've told you. You had a war with China as well as Pakistan. You also had to face a drought-like situation. So agriculture sector suffered, right? The industries also suffered. Resources were not focused on development, rather to fight wars, etc., etc. As a result of all of this, the third 5-year plan was cut short. It was not very successful in terms of whatever targets we wanted to achieve. And that is the precise reason after the third 5-year plan, we took a plan holiday from 66 to 69. There were 3 annual plans which were implemented during this phase. Done? Right? So these are the 3 5-year plans. The first phase, right? If you understand, the first phase of 5-year plans are over. Let me enter into the second phase. That is the fourth 5-year plan, fifth, sixth, and seventh 5-year plan. So fourth 5-year plan was implemented from 69 to 74. From 69 to 74. After the 3 annual plans which were implemented, again we introduced the concept of 5-year plans. Now, what was the importance of fourth 5-year plan? Very well known, by the way. What was the importance of a fourth 5-year plan? Under the fourth 5-year plan, we wanted to achieve self-reliance. We wanted to achieve a higher growth rate. Simple. We wanted to achieve self-reliance. We wanted to achieve a higher growth. Point number 2, we went for nationalization of the banking sector. Do you remember that? 1969, 1970, we actually nationalized some of the banks in India. The fourth 5-year plan is also known for introduction of family planning in India. government started promoting family planning in India. Remember this, right? And that is the reason, right? If you remember polity, even if the polity lectures are not over, please don't worry, right? Which year is taken as a base, right? That is the population numbers. Which year is taken as a base in case of polity? 1971? Yes or no? For presidential elections, some of us saying 1972. No, my dear. 1971 is the census year. That's a reason, right? So for presidential election, for delimitation, etc., which year is generally taken as a base? 1971. Can you connect the dot here? Why 1971 so important? Why? Right, the fourth five-year plan is known for promotion of family plannings in India. Apart from this, we wanted to promote, right, increased standard of living for the people. The plan also, remember this point very carefully, the plan, that is a fourth five-year plan, promoted the concept of regional level planning. That is, at the regional level, we realize that there are regional imbalances. So fourth five-year plan basically stated, let's basically focus even at the regional level how the plans should be implemented. That is another very, very important point regarding the fourth five-year plan. Done. So these are the 4 to 5 important points in the fourth FIP. Next one is fifth FIP. That is the fifth five-year plan, which was implemented from 1974 to 1979. Now, in the fifth five-year plan, again the focus was poverty alleviation. Now, can you see the difference in the planning? Let me know. Can you see the difference in the planning? Earlier, we wanted to achieve growth. Now, the central theme of the planning is getting shifted. We want to reduce poverty. We want to address the issue of poverty in India, right? That is the reason I said initially the focus was trickle down theory. Then we realized, okay, trickle down theory is not helping us so much. In the later part of the planning, we started having schemes directly targeting poverty. Okay, so fifth five-year plan, the idea was a Garibi Hatao, right? That is poverty alleviation. And the fifth five-year plan we implemented integrated rural development program, IRDP, integrated rural development program. That is basically under this IRDP, the government provided certain assistance to generate employment opportunities in the rural part of India. That is IRDP. Right. Another point related to this was we wanted to control inflation. We want to stabilize the Indian economy. Growth target was given even in the fifth five-year plan. And have a look at this, because there was election, right? And there was a change in the government. The new government discontinued the fifth five-year plan, and instead of the five-year plan, that is the fifth FIP, they introduced a new sixth five-year plan that was called as a continuous planning or rolling plan. But even this rolling plan was not completely implemented, because again in 1980 the government changed, and as a result of that, this sixth five-year plan, that is a rolling plan that was proposed and implemented by Morarji Desai government, was again discontinued, and we again went back to the earlier concept of five-year plans, that is basically the five-year plans of the earlier government. Okay. Now, apart from this, the fifth five-year plan is also known for one more point: 20-point program. Please remember this and by heart this. 20-point program. Have you heard of this 20-point program? Very, very famous. Right? During Indira Gandhi government, they introduced the concept of a 20-point program. Right? And again, you don't have to buy at all the 20 points. The target will be very simple: providing housing, education, clean drinking water, right? Addressing the issues of the slum, etc. Right, so basically 20 points were announced, right, and targets were set up in all the 20 points, and that is the reason this is referred to as a 20-point program. In fact, this 20-point program again was reviewed and revamped when Mr. Manmohan Singh was the prime minister. Is it okay? Right, when Mr. Manmohan Singh was the prime minister, the same 20-point program was taken up, reviewed, and we revamped, restructured the 20-point program. Right, so even the 20-point program is associated with the fifth five-year plan. Please make a note of this. Suddenly UPSC can ask you this. Now, any difficulty so far? Any difficulty? Sir, what is the long form of IIDP? Integrated Rural Development Program. Now, before I go to the next five-year plan, some of you will open the book, right? Maybe today, tomorrow, or in the future after 2 years. Suddenly you will see IRDP being written under 7th 5-year plan. IRDP is written under the 6th 5-year plan. And you will have a confusion. You'll simply say, but in the PPT, sir says it is. I hope you call me sir, but anyways, it's okay. Right? So some of you will basically say that fellow has written IRDP under the 5th 5-year plan, but in the book it is written 6th 5-year plan. Right? This fellow itself is wrong. Please understand this. Initially, IRDP was implemented as a pilot project, right? Initially, IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program, was implemented in a pilot phase under the concept of planning, 5th 5-year plan. But after the 5th 5-year plan was over, what Government of India did was they expanded IRDP and they brought many more, right, plans or many more schemes, and they merged it under the IRDP. And that is the reason you will also see IRDP written under the 6th 5-year plan in many of the books. Please do not be confused. These kind of schemes have been implemented across multiple 5-year plans, right? These are not generally implemented only in one 5-year plan. Across multiple 5-year plans, they have been implemented. Done? Right. So basically, that is the 5th 5-year plan. Now, okay, can we take a break? Because I've discussed 5-year plans. Before I basically dump a couple of more points at you people in remaining 6 5-year plans, can we take a break? After the break, we'll complete 6 more 5-year plans. Then we'll basically enter into the concept of Niti Aayog. Now, before that, if you have any concerns, any issues, please do let me know so that I can address to you. Fourth point, fourth plan, last point. The plan recommended local level planning, right? Under the under the 4th 5-year plan, they argued that we should also target at the regional level because regional imbalances were very, very high at that point of time. So they basically said, let's basically focus at the local level. For example, you'll come across panchayats, right, or PRIs, right? The discussion will start during this time only. PRIs, Panchayat Raj institutions. At the local level, we should also have certain plans to implement and address these regional imbalances. Okay. As the ICAR in case of India has increased, so can we say that efficiency in production decreased instead of increasing under the Harrod-Domer model? There are certain concerns as to why the ICAR, incremental capital output ratio, has increased. For example, imagine you're getting labor, but all of them is not skilled, but you're basically paying more money. Right? That is, compared to a skilled labor, you're paying more money for an unskilled labor. And in case of India, right? In case of India, the availability of skilled labor is very, very low. What if you have invested heavily, right? You have invested heavily, right, to acquire a lot of technology in the last couple of years. Automatically, that will also add. What if you have invested heavily in developing infrastructure? That will also be counted because that is a capital investment. So there are multiple reasons as to why incremental capital output ratio in case of India has increased. Is the comparison between ICAR and marginal production or cost valid? Of course, yes. Planning is done based on that itself. So 2008 Gulf crisis happened. How India achieved 8%? My dear, 2008 Gulf crisis happened. Not Gulf crisis. In fact, it is the crisis in the USA, right? The global crisis. By the time we had an impact, before that itself, we experienced very good growth rates. For example, if you read about economic history in India, from 2000 to 2006 and 7, Indian economy performed very, very well. Again, don't make it political, nothing here. From 2000 to 2006 and 7, Indian economy performed very well. After that, there was a crisis, right? After that, there was an issue, pandemic, etc., etc. We have experienced a lot of these instabilities in the external market, which has affected us. Repeat the point regarding application of Harrod-Domer model. Harrod-Domer model says if you want to achieve a higher growth rate, right? If you want to achieve a higher growth rate, in the context of that, you should increase savings and reduce capital output ratio. If you do that, right, generally the growth rate, right, the growth for an economy will start increasing. Third FYP second point. right? We wanted to promote establishment of basic industries. What is a basic industry? The output of basic industry is used as an input in other industries. Output of basic industry is used as an input in other industries. That is basically the basic industry. So because right, there was a requirement of the companies to manufacture certain product, the basic products will be required. We wanted to promote basic industries. Okay. What if NDC does not approve? Right, there has been no situation like that. You tell me, was there any situation? Why private were not allowed? Why they could broke the cycle? My dear, we have discussed industrial policy resolutions yesterday, right? IPR. Did we allow more and more space to private sector in case of industrial policies? Please revise. We have not allowed more and more space to private sector. The government, right, basically took up most of the industries. Can we say Startup India is a reform for Make in India? Right. Generally, Make in India, multiple reforms are there. You can put it specifically under Atmanirbhar Bharat. Right. Concept of the Startup India, you can definitely put it under Atmanirbhar Bharat. What is percentage of public procurement for startups? There is no percentage given. Government says we will provide certain flexibility in terms of procurement. Will certain flexibility will be provided. Can you just give 1 minute for economy optionals? I mean, should I take it? Again, most of you, I'm pretty sure you have chosen a different optional apart from economy. 30 seconds I'll take. Those who are thinking of taking economics optional, I've addressed this in the first class. I'll tell this again. If your background is economics, point number one, look at the syllabus. If you're comfortable with the syllabus, point number three, you will have to do a lot of self-study because there are no good coaching institutions providing economics optionals. Do not fall for it. Point number four, please look at last 5 years question papers. If you are comfortable with all these 5 points, my recommendation is go ahead with economics. Okay. Why Partnership Act being so old is still being carried forward? My dear, Partnership Act is very old. We implemented the Partnership Act in 1932, but please understand, over a period of time, whatever changes are required in the Partnership Act, we have made the changes. And it's not just the Partnership Act is very old in India. Even let's say Income Tax Act, year is what, 1961. Until 2013, Companies Act 1956 was used. So it's not that the act is outdated. Over a period of time, changes or amendments have been done to these respective acts. Okay, done. Anything else? Anything else? Any other questions? We study a lot of people are unemployed with high experience. Then how skilled labor? We'll discuss labor issues later. Don't worry. Now the planning commission is no more. So Niti Aayog doing planning? No, there is no 5-year plans as of now. In case of India, we have discontinued 5-year plans. Okay. Supply side and demand side in Harrod-Domar model. Supply side, demand side in the simple sense. The investment will increase, production will increase. What will happen to supply? Supply will increase. And when more and more employment is going to take place, what will happen, right? For let's say the salaries or incomes earned by the people, salaries will increase. And when the salaries will increase, what will happen to demand? Demand will also increase. Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? Second 5-year plan, second point. Increase in the national income as well as the rate of investment. My dear, did not tell you. The whole idea of a Mahalanobis strategy was we wanted to promote more and more investment. That's a reason second 5-year plan, right? The industrial policy of 1956. The whole idea was we'll promote more and more investment in heavy industries as well as consumer goods, and that will promote employment in India. That will promote, right, basically the consumption, etc., and that will lead to higher growth rate. Okay, done. So let me take a break now. Let me take a break. We'll restart the discussion again at 7:28. We'll restart the discussion at 7:28. Take a break. Okay. Welcome back. Am I audible? Can we start? Okay, done. Let's start. So we are discussing 5-year plans. If you remember, right? In the 5-year plans, we have completed the first of 5-year plans. Let's go to the sixth 5-year plan. It was implemented from 1980 to 85. Point number one, implemented from 80 to 85. Some of you are saying, okay, two of you are saying, sir, there is an issue with audio. In the video that you can see, there is one button called as a fix audio. Please press on the term button fix audio. You will get the audio fixed. Okay. So sixth 5-year plan was implemented from 1980 to 85. Now under the sixth 5-year plan, what are the important areas? Understand this. We started implementing many more programs such as National Rural Employment Program, Minimum Needs Program. Simply by heart this. Don't do PhD. Simply by heart it. Right? We can have a complete 4 to 5 hour discussion on the schemes, but not at all needed for UPSC. Simply by heart it. So two programs which are implemented in the sixth 5-year plan, NREP as well as MNP. Point number one. Point number two. Now we started promoting development of infrastructure. Social welfare continued, right? You'll see that from fifth 5-year plan, social welfare continued. But what is the specialty about the sixth 5-year plan? We started developing even infrastructure, right? Point number two. We started targeting poverty alleviation, right? Fifth to sixth, poverty alleviation was the target. Allocations were done in order to reduce the regional disparities. Please remember this. Allocations were done. That's very, very important. Funds were allocated to reduce the regional disparities. Some of you will simply say, sir, regional planning, etc., was there. That was basically the point. In the fourth 5-year plan, the idea was we should focus even on the regional level planning. But in order to address the regional imbalances, sixth 5-year plan, we started allocating funds. That's very much relevant. Okay. Apart from this, we also focused on development of promotion and development of industries as well as agriculture sector. These are certain important points regarding the sixth FYP. Apart from this, I'll write one more point here. Please by heart this. The sixth 5-year plan was the first 5-year plan to focus on addressing the gender issues. Is it okay? I'll write it here. It was the first 5-year plan, right? It was focused on addressing the gender issues in India. So these are certain important points regarding sixth FYP. Now, seventh FYP. What is the idea of seventh FYP? In case of seventh FYP, the government of India had a central theme of self-reliance, modernization, promotion of growth, right, in the overall economy, along with achieving certain social welfare objectives. These were the objectives that were targeted by the government in the seventh FYP. Apart from this, in the seventh FYP, please remember the financial year 89. I'm writing it. Financial year 89. Why this is known? In case of financial year 89, for the first time ever, the agriculture sector achieved a double-digit GDP growth rate. I'll repeat the point. The seventh 5-year plan, financial year 89, is known for what? For the first time ever, agriculture sector achieved a double-digit growth rate. That is around 10.4%. Around 10.4% was achieved by the agriculture sector. What about the overall growth rate? For this time period, overall growth rate for the first time, we were able to achieve 6% GDP growth rate. I hope remember that. Overall, we were able to achieve for the first time ever 6% GDP growth rate. Apart from this, priority was given for promotion of higher productivity, higher agriculture production, higher generation of the jobs. Infrastructure development was focused again here. We also started promoting more and more exports. Remember this. The idea of a foreign trade policy was introduced during this period only. Post 1980 itself, the idea of a foreign trade policy was actually introduced in India. Until now, our argument was we will import as per requirement, right? We'll simply import as per requirement because rest of the things will produce in India. But in the seventh 5-year plan, what we decided was let's change the strategy. Let's start promoting more and more exports to the international market. Rather than simply producing to import substitute, let's produce and export to the international market. the small scale food processing industry is promoted, right? And various programs such as Jawahar Rozgar Yojana were also launched in the 7th 5-year plan. Done. So these are, again, I know lot many points, but focus on the important points, like this one, right? Or for matter this one, right? A role of a small scale food processing industries, Jawahar Rozgar Yojana. These are 5 important points as far as I'm concerned in the 7th EFIP. Now, before I go forward, before I enter into the 8th EFIP, I just want to tell you one more point here. Whenever you talk about planning, right, understand this carefully. Whenever you talk about planning, you can have 2 types of planning. Okay, what are the 2 types? One will be a centralized planning. One will be a centralized planning, or else it is also referred to as command planning. Command planning, right? Right. Other one is, right, a decentralized, which is also referred to as indicative planning. Indicative, right? This is a command planning or central command planning, or else it is also referred to as imperative planning. Right? One is centralized, that is a command economy or command planning, or imperative planning. What's the basic idea for imperative planning here? In case of imperative planning, the plan is made by center and implemented by the center. Simple. The targets are set by the center, that is the authority. The targets are decided, set, implemented, and who will participate in the economy? Mainly the government will participate. Whereas if you say indicative planning, right, change here, indicative planning, the center will make a plan. Center will formulate a plan. But in the process of implementation of the plan, apart from the center, that is the government, there is also the private sector. Apart from the government participating in the implementation of it, there is a participation of more and more private sector. That is basically the concept of indicative planning. Now, why I'm telling you all of this? As per Government of India's document, Government of India says, till the 7th 5-year plan, we followed a concept of imperative planning. Everything was done by the government. Right? Government decided plans, government implemented, right? The industries were driven by the government, etc. Whereas from the 8th 5-year plan, right? Can you connect the dots here? What happened in the 8th 5-year plan? LPG reforms. From the 8th 5-year plan, the plans were made by the center, no doubt, but in the process of implementation, you could see that the government as well as the private sector, both of them started participating. Both of them started participating in the implementation. So indicative from the 8th 5-year plan, until the 8th 5-year plan, it was basically imperative planning. Now, what happened in the 8th 5-year plan? First and foremost, right, I'm pretty sure all of you know this, LPG reforms. The concept of LPG was implemented. Concept of liberalization, privatization, and globalization reforms were implemented. We were able to achieve a very good GDP growth rate, 6.8%. But apart from that, the 8th 5-year plan is also known for increased private sector investment. Increased private sector investment. Now, what is this increased private sector investment? In case of 8th 5-year plan, the total amount of private sector investment was 55% in the Indian economy. Around 55% of the investment actually came from the private sector. In fact, in the 7th 5-year plan itself, the amount of investment from the public sector enterprises started falling down. In the 8th 5-year plan, the private sector investment in the economy increased to more than 50%, that is 55%. That's very, very high. And the 8th 5-year plan, apart from this point, 8th 5-year plan is also known for one more point. It promoted universal education. Universal elementary education. It promoted universal elementary education. Right? That is also a very important point regarding 8th 5-year plan. In fact, in the 8th 5-year plan, Government of India targeted that anybody who is in the age group of 15 to 35 years, anybody who is in the age group of 15 to 35 years, we will provide literacy to them. That's the reason education, private sector participation, LPG reforms, all these are the very, very important points regarding 8th FIP or 8th 5-year plan. Apart from that, as usual, we targeted a growth in the manufacturing sector as well as the agriculture sector. We wanted to promote more and more exports and imports. Now, this point will become common in all the 5-year plans. 5-year plans. Why? We started implementing foreign trade policies. Simple idea. We started implementing foreign trade policies. Improvement in the trade as well as a current account deficit. That is basically compared to the 1991 situation. Right, the situation by the end of the 8th 5-year plan was much better, and we were able to reduce the fiscal deficit of government of India. So these are certain very important points associated with the 8th 5-year plan. Any difficulty? Can I go forward now? Let me know. Can I go forward? And one point that you'll have to remember now is, right, from 8th 5-year plan, continuously private sector investment in case of Indian economy has remained higher. Private sector has become a very, very important part and parcel of growth for Indian economy. 9th 5-year plan, 97 to 2002. Point number 1. 9th 5-year plan was implemented in the 50th year of independence. Remember this, 9th 5-year plan was implemented from 50th year of independence. Right? Suddenly UPSC can ask you this. Please be very careful. Why? Many of you who do not know that, okay, there have been gaps between third plan, fourth plan, right, between the fifth and sixth, like this. You will basically calculate like this: 1947, 50 years means it has to be 1997, which means if you implement, right, if you basically implement 5-year plans, you should have implemented 10 5-year plans. I hope you understand this. Right, 1947 to 1997, 50 years. So your calculation will be, right, it will be the 10th 5-year plan, or let's say 11th 5-year plan, not even 10th, 11th 5-year plan, which will be implemented in the 50th year of independence, which is actually wrong. So 50th year of independence, it is the 9th 5-year plan which was announced. Point number 1. Point number 2, we identified certain services which were needed for the poor population, and we call them as basic minimum services. BMS, basic minimum services. For example, housing facility, education facility, healthcare facility, drinking water facility, etc. And Government of India under the 9th 5-year plan announced that we will try to ensure that all these basic minimum services will be provided for poor population in India. Right? It predominantly depended on private sector investment. That is true. 8th FIP, 9th FIP, majorly the investment came from the private sector. Right? And apart from the domestic private sector, right, apart from this, we also wanted to attract a lot of investment from the foreign sector, which we have done. Foreign investments in India, especially post 7th 5-year plan, has kept on increasing. Right? Today we are one of the largest recipient. I repeat, today we are one of the largest recipient in terms of attracting foreign investment. Generally, from one year to next year, the number will change, but India definitely will be the top 10 countries in terms of receiving foreign investments. Plan also pursued fiscal consolidation. That is, there was a discussion of FRBM that was taking place at this point of time, but it was implemented from the next 5-year plan. Right? It also was promoting stability in the prices as well as promotion of growth was done during the 9th 5-year plan. Any difficulty in any of the points? Please do let me know. Any difficulty in any of these particular points? This is a 9th 5-year plan. Let's go to the 10th 5-year plan now. Right? 3 more are there. Don't worry. Third point is difficult. First, second, third. Right? The point of basically the third point says, right, again, understand the logic behind it. Understand the logic behind it. 7th 5-year plan was over. We implemented LPG reforms. All of you agree? We implemented LPG reforms. And when you implement LPG reforms, automatically what will happen to private sector investment? Don't you think private sector investment in the market, that is in the Indian economy, it will increase? That is exactly what I told. In the 8th 5-year plan, 55% of the total investment actually came from the private sector. right? Basically, continue the same thing. Even in the 10th 5-year plan, sorry, 9th 5-year plan, we wanted to make a huge amount of investment in the Indian economy. Only government of India will not be able to invest. We were dependent on the private sector. That is not only the domestic private sector, even the foreign private sector. We promoted their investments in India. Done. So a lot of theories are there. Yes, of course, yes. Right. And the problem with the 5-year plans is that if I don't discuss at least four points from all the 5-year plans, right, all of you will simply say you did not discuss 5-year plans. I'm trying to give you the most important points in all the 12 5-year plans. Now you're saying, so too much of theory in the class. Don't worry. Simply by heart. 10th 5-year plan. In the 10th 5-year plan, we targeted 8% GDP growth rate. Right? 8% GDP growth rate. Point number 2, we were able to reduce poverty, right, by 5 percentage points. We were targeting high job generation in the economy. Right, we wanted to reduce the gender gaps in literacy as well as wage rates. The gaps should be reduced. All the children must be schooled by 2003. We have not been able to achieve that. Literacy rates were to increase to 75% by 2007. Again, we have been able to achieve that, but over a period of time. Right, one of the target that was set up was provide portable drinking water to all the villages in India. Right, these were certain important points in the 10th 5-year plan. Okay, can I go forward? What is the meaning of the term fiscal consolidation? If you remember earlier, that's a reason you'll have to keep on revising. If you have read regarding balance of payment, that is in the industries chapter, don't you think one of the concern that India faced during the BOP situation, that is in the 1991, was that government expenditure was very high, fiscal deficit was very high, and borrowings of the government was very high, interest payment was very high. Do you remember these 4 points? Please open the industries PPT, and in case of industries PPT, there is there is one slide, situation in 1991. And under that slide, or in that slide, I've written certain points. One point was interest expenditure by the government of India was somewhere around 36 to 37%. And I told you to simply by heart it. The fiscal deficit of government of India had skyrocketed. Borrowings of government of India had skyrocketed. Now, what is the meaning of fiscal consolidation? With implementation of the reforms, we have been able to bring all these under control. That's a simple idea. Okay. Okay, done. So can we go to the next one? How is Jawahar Rozgar Yojana important? How it's not important, understand this. Don't focus on how. Simply by heart, Jawahar Rozgar Yojana was implemented in the 8th 5-year plan. Correct, right? Hey, where is that? Hey, my mistake. Jawahar Rozgar Yojana was implemented in the 7th 5-year plan. Simply by heart that. Why UPSC has the tendency of asking in which of the 5-year plan this scheme was launched. They have that tendency, right? Trust me, they have that habit. Suddenly they will throw you the term integrated rural development was launched in which of the following 5-year plans, right? You should know that, right? Let's say BOP, the BOP crisis appeared in which of the 5-year plans? The LPG reforms were launched in which of the 5-year plans? The first round of banking nationalization was done in which of the 5-year plans? Right? So these kind of questions have been asked by UPSC. That's the reason I'm saying I've given certain name of the schemes simply by it under which of the 5-year plans it is there. Okay. Now, 11th 5-year plan. Last 2 plans are there. Have patience. 11th 5-year plan, we introduce the concept of inclusive growth. Simple. In the 11th 5-year plan, we introduce the concept of inclusive growth. Now, what do you mean by inclusive growth? Inclusive growth refers to the pace and pattern of growth. Inclusive growth refers to the pace and pattern of growth. Now, what do you mean by pace and pattern of the growth? Right? Let me explain it to you. Follow this point very carefully. Imagine India becomes a $5 trillion economy. Imagine India becomes, that is a GDP of India becomes $5 trillion. Now, don't you think if India's GDP becomes a $5 trillion, the number of poor people in India should reduce? Yes or no? Right? The income inequality should go down. Income inequality should go down. The standard of living of the people should improve. The nutrition availability, nutrition consumption should also improve. But if you want to achieve all of this, understand the next point. If you want to achieve all of this along with a higher GDP growth rate, don't you think it is necessary to ensure more and more jobs are generated in India? More and more people are provided with skills in India. More companies are set up in India, more investment is done in India. Because the argument is simple. If GDP becomes worth $5 trillion, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is earning more. Any problem with the statement? I'll repeat it again. Let me know. If the GDP of India becomes from $3.7 trillion to let's say $5 trillion, it's not necessary that everybody is earning more. Not necessary. It might so happen that a situation could become much more worse. I'll give you an example. Imagine A, B, C are only 3 people in India. A is earning 10 rupee, B is earning let's say 60 rupee, B is earning 140 or 130 rupees. Total GDP will be how much in this case? That is, right, again, many of you will ask me, sir, how are you calculating GDP here? One of the methods of calculation of GDP is what? The addition of incomes? Yes or no? Addition of incomes. Right, so total GDP is 200. Now, what if GDP becomes 300? Right, A is earning 0 rupee, B is earning 30 rupee, C is earning 270 rupee. Has the GDP of India increased? Yes. But has the situation at the ground level improved? No, it has become much worse. So the argument is simple here, right? The inclusive growth refers to the pace of growth, and it also refers to pattern of growth. That is, whether this growth is providing more jobs or not. Is this growth leading to reduction in the poverty or not? Is this growth ensuring that people are able to earn sufficient amount of income to get sufficient nutrition or not? People are able to afford good education, good healthcare, etc. So don't you think rather than focusing only on the pace of growth, we should also focus on pattern as well? Think of it. Rather than focusing only on the pace of growth, you should also focus on the pattern of the growth as well. That is, whether the growth is providing the benefit to everyone or very few people. If it is providing benefit to the large section of the society, I will call this as inclusive growth. Is it okay? If this change in the GDP, if this change in the growth rate, if it will provide the benefit to the large section of the society, I'll call this growth as inclusive growth. But what if very few people within the whole society will get the benefit of the growth, large part of the society doesn't get any benefit? Can I call this as inclusive growth? No, I'll call it as exclusive growth. Any difficulty understanding the difference between inclusive and exclusive? Any difficulty? Please do let me know. Inclusive means growth will provide benefit to everyone. Right? Number of poor people will go down. People will be able to afford access to food, education, right, healthcare, etc. Whereas exclusive means people who are already rich, they will continue to become rich. What about poor people? They will continue to remain poor only. That is exclusive, and the first one is inclusive. So for the first time in the 11th 5-year plan, we introduced the concept of inclusive growth. Government of India wanted to achieve inclusive growth. Point number 2, for achieving the inclusive growth, a strategy was provided in the 11th 5-year plan. Right? Now, how we will be able to achieve? For example, we will empower the population by providing education as well as skill set. Provide them with education, provide them with the skill set, automatically they will get better and better job opportunities in the market. Right? Reduction in the gender inequalities, provide clean drinking water for all by 2009. Now, don't you think this argument of providing drinking water has been there in multiple 5-year plans? Think of it. Basic minimum needs, 20-point program, right? Multiple 5-year plans. Our target is to provide potable, clean drinking water, but even then we are still struggling. Targets were set up for agriculture sector, GDP, etc. And right, we also promoted a supportive infrastructure. And that is basically the idea of 11th 5-year plan. Apart from this, in the 11th 5-year plan, please remember, because we are talking about inclusive growth, this is a trick here. This is how you remember. Because you are talking about inclusive growth, don't you think northeastern part of India, right, it has been excluded from the enjoyment of growth that rest of India is achieving? Think of it and let me know. Right? Don't you think northeastern states in India, the whole rest of India is experiencing very good growth rate, but the northeastern part, right, it has been excluded, and again there are reasons for it. So it is not able to enjoy the same benefit of the growth that rest of India is experiencing. That is the precise reason why in the 11th 5-year plan we targeted bringing Northeast India into the main fold and ensuring that even the northeastern states, there will be growth promotion, there will be industrialization, there will be employment generation, etc., etc. That is basically inclusion of northeastern states. Remember, it is associated with 11th 5-year plan. Okay. 12th 5-year plan, last one, don't worry, and you don't have to buy heart regarding everything in the 12th 5-year plan. Why? Post 2015, we have discontinued implementation of 12th 5-year plan. So that's a reason many books have given a lot of documents regarding this. Don't buy heart, it's simply a waste of time. 12th 5-year plan was implemented from 2012 to 2017, that is 2012 to 2017. Under this, the central theme was faster, sustainable, and more inclusive growth. The impact of crisis, what crisis I'm talking about? 2008, there was a global financial crisis. 2008, there was a global financial crisis. And the impact of global financial crisis was experienced across multiple countries. Even India experienced the impact of global financial crisis. And basically, this plan stated that if you want to address the issue or the impact, you want to reduce the impact of global financial crisis, then you'll have to promote more and more savings and promote more and more investments. And we'll be able to overcome the impact of this global financial crisis by promoting savings as well as investment. Under this, 25 core and monitorable targets were established. That is basically for every areas, right? There are 25 areas. For every area, we set up targets. For example, we wanted to achieve a real GDP growth rate of 8%. Agriculture target was set up at 4%. Manufacturing target was set up at 10% annually. At poverty rate, we wanted to reduce it by 10%, right? From whatever the rate was from the 11th 5-year plan, etc. So 25 areas were identified, and for each of these areas, the targets were established. That is the 12th 5-year plan. Done? Right? So these are certain important points regarding the first 5-year plan to the 12th 5-year plan. Can we go forward? Right? I know a lot of concepts are there, a lot of points are there. This is my recommendation to all of you. Do not try to by heart all the points. Is it okay? Do not try to by heart all the points, because in most of the 5-year plans, you will see certain common thread. For example, promotion of growth. That you will see in almost all the 5-year plans. Second, from the 8th 5-year plan, automatically you will see investment has increased. Right? Promotion on infrastructure development, promotion of agriculture sector. That is the reason in almost all the 5-year plans, there are common threads. Rather than focusing on the common areas, my recommendation will be focus on specific areas, certain important points. For example, 20-point program, right? 25 core monitorable targets, inclusion of Northeast India and promotion of growth in the Northeastern India. In which of the 5-year plan, family planning was introduced? Which of the 5-year plan is associated with Harrod-Domer model? Which of the 5-year plan, heavy industrialization was the target? Right? That is basically the idea. Okay, that is the my advice. That is my advice to all of you. Why it was discontinued, my dear? New government, when the government changes, they will have different strategies altogether. Tomorrow, if you become the prime minister, you might simply feel Niti Aayog doesn't have any relevance. Through executive authority, you can discontinue it. That again, there is absolutely no reason. Government says we don't feel that the planning commission is providing any benefit, so they have discontinued it. But again, more of a political reason. Don't worry about political reasons. Last point of the 12th point, 12th 5-year plan, 5 crore jobs. Simple. 5 crore job opportunities. That's it. Right? Skill certifications will also be provided for youth. Okay. Northeast India is associated with the 11th 5-year plan. Yes. Okay. Anything else? Second point of the 12th 5-year plan. In 2008, there was a global financial crisis. And Indian economy suffered because of the global financial crisis. What the 12th 5-year plan stated was, if you want to reduce the impact and promote recovery in the Indian economy, promote more and more savings and investment. Okay, that is basically the second point. Okay, next, right? Basically, evaluating the 5-year plans in India. Overall evaluation of planning in India. First, let's look at achievements. One, GDP growth rate has increased. Any difficulty here? GDP growth rate has increased. In fact, I'll introduce one term here, Hindu rate of growth. Very, very recently, this was there in the newspaper. Hindu rate of growth. Now, what is the meaning of the term Hindu? Now, I'm sorry, Hindu rate of growth. Do not get stuck up by religion here. This is my advice to you. You can search 100 sources. There is absolutely no source which has told you why this is called as Hindu. So don't connect it to religion. It is of no importance. There was a concept that was referred to as a Hindu rate of growth. Now, what is this Hindu rate of growth? It was used by Professor Raj Krishna. Professor Raj Krishna. And basically what Professor Raj Krishna, right, attested was, right, what he argued was, no matter what government of India did during the 5-year plans, that is specifically in the first 6 5-year plans from 1950s to 1980s, no matter what government of India did, you will realize that the GDP growth rates were always very low. Please look at it. What I'm saying, you'll have to look at it. You'll see that for majority period of the time, the GDP growth rates was very, very low. And that is the reason Professor Raj Krishna stated that because we are achieving around 4% and less than 4%, he said that this will be referred to as Hindu rate of growth. Is it okay? He referred to this as Hindu rate of growth. On an average, in the first 3 decades, I repeat, on an average, in the first 3 decades of planning in case of India, the average GDP growth rate was around 3.4% to 3.5%. So the argument that was put forward by Professor Raj Krishna was very simple. The government has done a lot of reforms. It has taken a lot of measures during this, right, let's say 3 decades of planning. But despite this, the rate of growth, right, remained substandard, that is below 4%. And that is the reason, right, he called this substandard, that is lower GDP growth rate, as a Hindu rate of growth. Done? Right? So again, this is point number 1. But after the LPG reforms have been implemented, again, like I said, sir, why Hindu rate of growth? Right? Did you listen to what I said? Did you listen to what did I say when I started the discussion? Do not get stuck up by the term Hindu. Do not get stuck up, right? Most of you will make a mistake there, right? You'll keep on looking at the term Hindu. Why Hindu? Why Hindu? Why Hindu? Is he anti-Hindu or pro-Hindu? Don't worry about all of it. In one of the lectures that he gave, in fact, he's an economist, very, very famous economist. In one of the lectures that he gave, he basically argued that in case of India, government will implement many more reforms, but even then will not be able to break that threshold of 4%. Will always remain below the threshold of 4%. And that he referred to as a Hindu rate of growth. Okay. But post LPG reforms, post the implementation of LPG reforms, the growth rate of Indian economy has increased. We have been able to achieve 6%. We have been able to achieve 7%. We have been able to achieve even more than 7% GDP growth rate. So GDP growth rate, no doubt, has increased right after the LPG reforms. Second, what about the industries? Back in 1950s, do you remember what we started? Back in 1950s, we were heavily dependent on food grain imports. We were heavily dependent on capital, that is borrowings. We were heavily dependent on import of machineries. But today, right, no doubt we are importing, but the dependency is much, much lower. Industries has grown by leaps and bounds in case of Indian economy in the 70 years of, right, let's say independence, or let's say 12 5-year plans that we have implemented. The percentage BPL population has reduced. Now, what is this BPL? Below poverty line. BPL simply stands for below poverty line. That is basically it is how many people are poor in India. The percentage population in case of India, that is a poor population in case of India, has actually reduced. For example, in 1990s, the BPL population in case of India was around 45%. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. In 1990s, the percentage of poor population in India, that is BPL population, was around 45%. As per the latest data given by the government for 2011 and 2012, it is 21.9%. 21.9%. That is basically as per Tendulkar committee. As per Tendulkar committee. Okay, so that is basically the BPL population percentage has actually come down. And many of you will simply say, sir, 21%, 21.9% for 2011 and 12. Very, very old data. Don't say very, very old data. Please think of it. The last time we have census in case of India was back in 2011 and 2012. 2011 and 2012. After that, we do not have census. Right? Even now, Government of India wanted to conduct census because of pandemic. It has got postponed. So the last time census was conducted, for which we have data, it is 11 and 12. And the Government of India says, as per the census data, 21.9% of the population was considered poor. That is BPL population. Food production in case of India has increased thanks to implementation of various reforms such as green revolution. Right, white revolution is related to milk. That we have yellow revolution, blue revolution is there, etc., etc. So the dependence of imports has actually gone down now. We are exporting the products to the international market. Having said so, there are certain concerns or failure areas as well. What are the concerns here? Point number one, we did not have a mechanism for engagement with the states. That is, in simple terms, the Planning Commission did not have representation of the states. Right? The Planning Commission, no representation. Only in the NDC, there was a representation of the states. Second, we have not been able to implement land reforms. We have not been able to implement land reforms in India. Right? When you study about land reforms, again, I'll say in a different subject, I believe in post-independence history, you will come across land reforms. So in case of land reforms, uniformly, we were not able to implement land reforms. Right? Unevenly, the land reforms have been implemented, and the reason is very simple for that. The land reforms were supposed to be implemented by the state governments. So there is no uniform implementation, uneven implementation has taken place. One size fits all approach, meaning what? Plan was prepared for whole of India. Plan for whole of India. A 5-year plan was prepared for the full India. But don't you think from one state to another state, requirements will be different? Does it make sense to you? The 5-year plan was decided for whole of India, all the states, only one plan. But from one state to another state, don't you think the requirements will keep on changing? One state could be industrially developed, so their requirements will be different. Another state would be lagging behind in social indicators, their requirement will be different. Okay, so that is basically one size fits all approach. Higher population growth rate, despite implementing family planning programs from the fourth 5-year plan, we have not been able to achieve the control in the population. In fact, I'm pretty sure you've been reading the newspapers. India very soon will become the most populous country in the world. India will be the most populated country in the world. We are going to overtake even China now. The GDP contribution is skewed. Skewed means uneven, right? Or else not uniform. Not uniform. GDP contribution is not uniform. There is a huge difference between the GDP contribution done by one state, right, compared to another state. For example, if you look at some of the southern states, contribution to GDP is very, very high, but the population is very low, percentage population. But on the other side, if you look at some other states, population is very high, contribution to the GDP is very low. And even if you look at the state and break up the state, will you not find certain regions where industrial development is very high, contribution to GDP is very high, and certain regions where the growth rate is very, very less, employment rate is very less, contribution to the GDP is also very less, right? So the contribution to the growth is uneven in case of India. There is no right uniformity, and employment growth rate is also very, very slow compared to the GDP growth rate. We are growing at a very faster pace, but unemployment rate, right, is higher in case of India. The new job generation is also lower in India. Okay, so these are some of the areas where planning has actually failed. Now, what is the verdict then? Can you simply write planning was waste in India? Planning is useless in India? Don't do that. And on the other hand, can you simply say planning was excellent in India? Don't do that as well. Right? Become a diplomat, be on the border. Right? This side, that side. What you can simply say is, with the implementation of 12 5-year plans, no doubt we have been able to achieve progress in many areas. For example, agriculture sector, for example, manufacturing sector, right? For example, investment, improvement in per capita incomes, etc. But having said so, right, having said so, there are also various areas where we are still lagging behind. We'll have to focus and promote, right, address the issues of these areas now. For example, employment generation, reduction in the poverty numbers, etc., etc. We need to focus on those areas as well. Okay, now what are the reasons why it has not been successful in these areas? Right, investments are pretty low in these areas. For example, research and development, right? Let me know, don't you think very often you'll come across this criticism in case of India, that is research and development investment is very low in India? Yes or no? Research and development, that is R&D, right? R&D investment in case of India is very low. And when you talk about, let's say, government expenditure in the healthcare, government of India's expenditure in the healthcare sector, if you compare it to other countries, it is very low, right? So investments are lower in some of these areas. Low availability of skilled labor, that is also holding back, right, the growth opportunities that is available to people in the market. Specialized investment institutions are also lagging behind, and that is a precise reason government of India now is promoting the concept of NABFID. We have discussed this. NABFID, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure Development. Right. So these are some of the reasons why there is a certain lag in certain sectors and growth in the other sectors. Can I go forward? Any difficulty? So this is basically the summation of the 5-year plans in India. The summation of the 12 5-year plans in India. Any difficulty? Reason third point, my dear, specialized investments, right? Specialized investment institutions, Long-term lenders. There are no long-term lenders in case of India. There is a lag there. Right? That's a reason we have discussed the concept of development of financial institutions, banking sector. Please revise. If you do not revise, everything is new for you. In banking sector, we have discussed asset liability mismatch, problem with the long-term lenders in India, right? Why pressure on the banking sector is very high, etc., etc. That's a reason. Okay. Okay. So these are certain points regarding the 12 5-year plans or the whole idea of 5-year planning in India. Okay. Now, before I go forward, let's take up the questions that we have skipped yesterday so that we can continue with the discussions later. Let's take up the questions. Let's start. Okay. 51% have answered correctly. Why? It should be higher. Consider the following statements about Mudra. Did we discuss Mudra yesterday? Microunits development and refinancing agency. And if I remember correctly, and let me know if I'm wrong. While discussing this, I had written in the slide that this is set up under SIDBI. Many of you started asking me the long form of SIDBI yesterday also. I had clearly written that Government of India has set up Mudra, which is a refinancing, right, under the concept of SIDBI. So for point number one, it is under NABARD. So point number one is wrong. Yes or no? Second one is its objective is to provide credit access to micro and small enterprises. It was written in the slide. Yes. Right. Micro and small enterprises. Yes, I've written. You can get loans in RRBs, NBFCs, right? Public sector banks, etc. etc. So point number two is correct. Point number one is wrong. Right option for the question will be option B. Only two is correct. Okay. Next one. How many of you remember? How many of you remember? Again, just it's a just factual question. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Some of you are saying steel, right? Some of you are saying electricity, right? Some of you are saying okay, right? The right option. Let me show it to you. That's the reason yesterday also I told you to simply by heart it. I simply asked you to by heart it. Okay, A is not there. That is refinery is not there. Refinery has a weightage of 28%. Second one, electricity has the highest weightage. It's just a factual question. Nothing conceptual here, just factual. That's the reason I'm showing the options to you. Okay. Again, no need to start a poll here. Can I directly say option B is the right one? Electricity generation. And because I told you, simply by at the table, top two, top three, bottom three. I simply told you by heart it. Don't waste your time in understanding everything. In the index of 8 core industries, which one of the following is given the highest weightage? It has to be electricity production. That is around 19%. Now, a descriptive question here. Please have a look at this. Normally, countries shift from agriculture to industry and then later to services. But India shifted directly from agriculture to services. What are the reasons for the huge growth services vis-a-vis industry in the country? Can India become a developed country without a strong industrial base? Such a very, very big question. The question itself is around 150 words. Now, please understand, don't try to search for this answer for these kind of questions in the book. Don't search. UPSC will not pick up directly from the book. Even if they pick up, they will be very, very easy, straightforward question. Now, what are the questions? There are different components to questions, right? Point number one, right? The question itself says, whenever the countries have to shift, they'll move from agriculture to manufacturing, that is industry, industry to services. But in case of India, right, what we have done is we have directly jumped from agriculture to the services. We have skipped the middle. I understand, we have simply skipped the middle. And that is the reason government of India is targeting manufacturing sector in India. Lot of these reforms or measures promoted by the government, right? Don't you think government is targeting the middle, that is manufacturing sector? Right, that is the reason. The question says, what are the reasons why there is a sudden growth in the services sector, right? And can India become a developed country without a strong industrial base? Now let me start with the last part. Again, you can arrange when you write the answer, right? Tell me, can India become a developed country without a strong industrial base? Let me explain what is the connection. Generally, we'll divide the sector into primary, secondary, and tertiary. You'll generally divide the economy into the primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary mainly consists of agriculture sector, secondary consists of industries, and tertiary consists of services sector. And what is the connection? As per economics, whatever is the output in the agriculture sector, we will help in industrial sector. And whatever is the output of industrial sector, will simply supply to services, will supply to agriculture sector. So each one of them is connected. I'm trying to convey a very simple point. Each one of them is connected, right? And generally when the evolution happens, first the economies will become developed in agriculture sector, then they will simply migrate to industries, become a developed in industries, mature in industries, then they will migrate to services sector. This is generally how the evolution will take place, right? So now question is, can India become a developed country without a strong industrial base? Look at the connection and tell me, is it possible? For example, if you want to become a developed country, you'll have to have a food security. You'll have to have food security. Now, without a strong industrial base, is it possible that you will have food security in India? Answer is no. Right? You want to promote services sector, right? Let's say software. But if you want to create a software, don't you think a laptop is required? Don't you think, right? Let's say a computer is required, servers are required. And from where will you get all of those? You will get those from the industries. So without having a strong industrial base, no, you cannot become a developed country directly. Right? That is the answer to the last point. And this is how you are supposed to write. And have a look at this. The question is normally from agriculture to manufacturing, or let's say agriculture to industry, industry to services. Why in India directly from agriculture to services? What factors have led to this kind of a jump? Start with the introduction, right? Simply write unique feature of Indian economy, what has happened in the Indian economy, how much the service sector contributes today, etc. Now, what is the focus area? What is the focus area? Why? What is the reason why we have shifted from directly agriculture to service sector? Point number one, information technology as well as LPG reforms have led to growth in the services sector. Yes or no? Information technology as well as LPG reforms have suddenly led to the growth in the services sector in India. We have discussed all of these, by the way. Right? Those who are asking, right, sir, from where are you taking up all this discussion? My dear, yesterday, after we covered the MSME sector, there was one topic, that is the basic concept of services. And in the services discussion, I've given one slide why there has been a growth in the services sector in India. Why suddenly the growth has happened in the services sector. Please read that. Availability of skilled labor force within the service sector. Best example, software engineers. That is engineering graduates who have contributed, who have become software engineers. So automatically, right, the services sector, right, has boomed in India. What about outsourcing of services, which was done by the Western countries to India? Lot of these countries opened up call centers in India, BPOs in India, right? Back-end support in India. They started asking for software supply from India. So automatically, outsourcing of services also has helped us. Rising incomes of the people, demand for the services will increase, and that has actually led to a big growth in the service sector rather than achieving from agriculture to industries to services. These are the reasons why there has been a growth. Now, why you require an industrial base? Why do you need an industrial base? Some of you are saying, sir, number of words are too many. My dear, I've given around 4 to 5 points under each of the heading. Will you be able to remember all of them? Think of it. Will you be able to remember all of them? Right? Obviously, no. That's a reason. As much as possible, I'll put a lot of points. But in the UPSC exam, it's perfectly normal. Nothing wrong in that. If you have by hearted, let's say 5 points in the UPSC exam, you might remember only 4. Doesn't matter. You write 4. Okay. So India is largely dependent on manufactured goods. You need to consume lot of goods in the domestic market rather than importing. It is better to manufacture. Disguised unemployment is very high in agriculture. Did we discuss the idea of a disguised unemployment? Please do let me know. I'm pretty sure we have discussed. In agriculture sector, there's a disguised unemployment. So don't you think you'll have to move this disguised unemployment to manufacturing so that industrial base will improve? So one reason why we require a growth in the industrial basis so that disguised unemployment can be employed here. Labor force availability in case of India is very high. Industrial base is also required for the growth in the agriculture sector as well as the services sector. Right? So these are some of the reasons why you require a strong industrial base. So what is the government of India doing to promote industries? Production linked incentive scheme. Don't you think under PLI, target is manufacturing sectors? Right? Please look at it. Under PLI, target is manufacturing sectors. For example, we are targeting cell manufacturing. We are targeting, let's say, drone manufacturing. We are targeting steel manufacturing, etc., etc. 14 sectors are there. All of them are manufacturing. So PLI scheme, Make in India. Within Make in India, 27 sectors are there. 15 of them are from manufacturing only. Right? So these are some of the reforms that the government of India has taken to promote industrialization. So conclude with a way forward. It is very important for government of India to ensure that there is a very strong industrial base which will provide the support to other sectors and will help India become a developed country. That's basically the model answer for you people. Okay, done. So we'll stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow we'll start with Niti Aayog. Right, we are left out with Niti Aayog in the planning. We'll start with Niti Aayog tomorrow. But before that, any concerns, any issues, please do let me know. Please do let me know if there is any concern or any issue with whatever we have discussed so far. Many skilled labor don't get job in India. That's why migrate. Then how we have less skilled labor? My dear, in case of India, there is no doubt there is a migration. There's a brain drain. Have you heard of the term brain drain? That is, people in case of India in search of jobs, better jobs, will move out of India. That will happen. But apart from that, there is one more reason why people, despite having qualifications, will not get a job. That is basically concept of skill gap. Idea of a skill gap. Let me give a very simple idea of what is a skill gap. Imagine you start a company. I'm a graduate. I know how to write a code. Is it okay? I'm a graduate. I know how to write a code. You have started a company. You require someone to use a machine. Please tell me, is my skill set the same as your required skill set? Let me know. The skill set that I have, is it the same as the required skill set in the market? No. This is called as a skill gap. Any difficulty? This is called as skill gap. That is, requirement is different. Available skill sets are different. So if there's a skill gap, will you employ me? Think of it. Will you employ me? No, you will not employ me. Even if you employ me, your productivity will suffer. Right? So there are a lot of issues why there is a lack of, let's say, there are a lot of labor issues in India. We'll discuss that as well. Don't worry. There is a chapter on employment. We'll discuss that as well separately. Okay. UAE economy is mostly service based like tourism, less a secondary sector. UAE economy is completely different. Their majority of the revenues that the UAE economy generates is from oil. Their economy is basically oil economy. So the service sector, that is a tourism, is an afterthought. Historically, UAE has not been welcome to the tourism. right? Only couple of decades ago, they decided that, okay, we need to become a primary or a dominant attraction spot for tourism. That's the reason they are attracting a lot of tourists, right? Especially that Middle Eastern part. It's not known for tourism, let's say many decades ago. Now it is known for tourism. What is indicative planning? Indicative planning simply means it is a plan wherein government will form the plan, but in the process of implementation of the plan, right, government will participate and private sector will also participate. That is indicative planning. In case of India, from the 8th 5-year plan, generally we say we follow a indicative planning. Okay. In a highly globalized world, developed country status could be achieved, but will be highly vulnerable. Yes or no? What is the context? What is the context? If you say highly vulnerable, are you talking about global shocks? Are you talking about a spillover effect? Are you talking about inclusive growth, exclusive growth? What is the viewpoint? First, tell me the context to that. Otherwise, if you simply pick up a statement like this and throw at me, I don't know in what angle are you looking at it. Sir, one article from Mint said that government need to do additional focus on services as it is showing great growth without any special focus where manufacturing is not even focusing. Again, I don't know what are you talking about. I frankly don't know. Right? Please give me more context. It becomes hard for me to reach the limit of questions even after watching PPT and opening book. What I can do, any recommendation? What I would recommend to you is revise. You basically are lagging behind revision. If you can revise more, connect it to current affairs, automatically you'll be able to understand more and more concepts in the current affairs. For example, tell me how many of you have read today's newspaper article regarding government of India imposing stock limits on wheat procurement. Let me check. Right, how many of you have read regarding government of India imposing stock limits on wheat in the domestic market? There is a particular reason to that. In all the newspapers, they have covered this, by the way, today. All the newspapers, I don't think so in Hindu, but all the other newspapers, they have covered it. Reasons are very simple. There is El Nino, which means a lower rainfall. Yes or no? El Nino, lower rainfall. Lower rainfall means wheat production would be affected. Although during Kharif season, it is mainly paddy. I hope you understand. It is mainly paddy during the Kharif season, but wheat production would be affected. And exports are going to take place and wheat production will be affected. What will happen to the market prices within India? And today's newspaper, what is the cereal inflation? Have you read? Cereal inflation, double digits, very dangerous, right? So basically argument is simple. Government of India says, right, there is a chance that in the domestic market prices will start increasing. And don't you think, please go back to inflation discussion. If this will happen, there will be a scope of hoarding in the market. Yes or no? There is a scope of hoarding in the market. And if they start hoarding, right, automatically market prices will increase. Cereal inflation will increase to a very large extent. So government of India as a precautionary measure, I repeat, government as a precautionary measure has imposed a stock limits for wheat. Does it make sense to you? Right? So that's the reason I keep on asking you, connect whatever you're reading in the classroom, connect it to current affairs. It becomes easier. Okay. What is Tandulkar Committee? Government of India set up one committee, Suresh Tandulkar Committee, not Sachin Tandulkar. Some of you asked, sir, is it Sachin Tandulkar? No, Suresh Tandulkar Committee. That committee was set up to identify how much of the total population in India is actually classified as poor. As per the committee recommendations, when we used it, the methodology we used it, we were able to say 21.9% of total population in India is categorized as poor. How BPL population is calculated? Simple. There is certain criteria. Let's say you're not able to spend more than 32 rupees. Then you'll be classified as poor. So in a particular region, how many people are not able to spend this threshold limit, that is called as a poverty line, divide by total population. You'll be able to calculate the BPL percentage in India. So in India, India had achieved 6, 7 and up to 9% GDP with 5-year plan. But now India's GDP around 4. Can't we increase the GDP now as India achieved as earlier? Of course, yes, we'll be able to achieve that. No doubt we'll be able to achieve that. But please understand one point as well. You will not always be able to attain, let's say, 9% to 10% GDP growth rate. Because please understand, when you talk about GDP growth rate, you are comparing with a base, that is a GDP is there. Now, please tell me, what would you prefer? A 4% GDP growth rate in USA, which is better? Please tell me. A 4% GDP growth rate in USA or a 6% GDP growth rate in India? Let me see how generally you analyze the information. Right? A 4% GDP growth rate in USA or a 6% GDP growth rate in India. Which do you think is better? Some of you are saying India's GDP growth rate is better. My dear, no. 4% GDP growth rate with a base of USA GDP. US's GDP is very, very large. Very, very large. More than $20 trillion. Right? Would you want to achieve 4% on 20 trillion or 6% at 3.6, 3.7 trillion, which is a better GDP number? Obviously, this one. So that's a reason always, yes, it's very, very good to target higher GDP growth rate. But as the GDP of a country will keep on expanding, the base will keep on expanding. You can increase the GDP by 1 billion, 2 billion like this, but because the base is very, very high, the growth rate will be stabilizing at certain rate. Okay, done. Right, so let's stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow we'll take up from the concept of Niti Aayog. We'll discuss Niti Aayog, then we'll discuss the questions which have appeared in previous year on the concept of planning. Then we'll take up the next chapter. Right, so that's it from my side. So take care. See you tomorrow sharp at 5 p.m. Take care. Good night.